Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Sorry, I was distracted by Zach for a second there. He's being a little butt. But Dad's been a little busy this morning, hasn't he? We're gonna be playing some more Pyre. Let's hope the game captures. I'll probably have to do some stuff. Yeah. Go ahead and load it up and then I'll do the adjustment. Me too. Capturing eventually. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. We bide our time. Best make yourselves as comfortable as possible here for the time, Nightwings. The rites ought to commence again before we know. Until then, be well. Thus, you and your companions remain on the same mountaintop, or remain on the mountaintop waiting for the stars to shine again. The cycle of the rites is ending. The news that Volfred and the lone minstrel revealed to you now threatens to disrupt the group's resolve. Who most deserves their freedom? Can there be any hope for your revolutionary plan to change the Commonwealth if too few exiles manage to return? These questions hang like a fog over you and your companions, and as you linger there on Mount Elodial. For now, the exiles of the Nightwings vow to stick together. For as many opportunities as they shall have. Many moons pass. One cold evening, Volfred finds you off on your own. Well, my boy, it's time once more. Come see. Volfred indicates the sky, and through the snow, you see that he is right. Soon after all your companions are gathered, Volfred regards the group in his steady tone. As you all know, I have refrained from participating in the rites myself. This was a long-held choice of mine for a variety of reasons. Chief among those reasons is so that I might direct our plan, free of unwanted attention, both from our adversaries here and those who would oppose us in the Commonwealth. Another reason is, in my past experience conducting the rites, it did not end on good terms. Before my time, the Nightwings comprised 3 exiles: Brighton, Irissa, and Orlek. Little Tizo was with them as well, still learning their ways. After Brighton regained his freedom in the liberation rites, the Nightwings took me in. A story for another time, but for one thing, I had capacity to read the ancient book. Anyway, when next we earned our way into the liberation rite, Orlek was anointed for return. He had long been in exile, his horns were beginning to show. We prevailed. Little Tizo snuffed the accuser's pyre, thus Orlek earned his freedom. However, just as the shimmer pool was to engulf him, Irissa, she shoved him from the precipice and took her freedom in his stead. She perished, of course. Only the anointed can transcend the shimmer pool. But she thought the warnings were a myth and paid the price. She was always restless. I presumed Orlek perished too. To survive the fall from Mount Telodial, I was left alone. Subsequently, I made no attempts to reassemble the Nightwings, knowing that such treachery, such harm, was even possible as part of this ordeal. I frankly still do not hold Irissa entirely at fault for what transpired. I hold instead the Commonwealth responsible for it put us in this desperate situation. And I resist the urge to think the rites may partly be to blame as well for pitting brother against brother, sister against sister. Wilfred breathes a deep sigh. Now I see Orlek yet lives, at a time when our plan is already in motion. And even the stars are fading. Perhaps a signal that the scribes themselves know that the Nightwings are divided and that they do not approve. But I choose to take it as a sign we must act. The scribes have put us in a set of circumstances where each of us may rise to the occasion. The Nightwings and our plan need all the help they can get, and so I have made a decision. I wish to announce here to you all. In the name of the Nightwings and Reader, by your leave, I would conduct the rites again. Long have my skills languished in the matter, I admit, although I trust I shall regain them soon enough. I once vowed never to conduct the rites again. Our present situation calls for all our resources to be brought to bear. So if I may be of use during the rites to come, I shall avail myself. That's all. Now then, our reader shall determine where we are headed come first light. Wolfred bows his head to everyone, while the others exchange looks, then, one by one, salute him in turn. Once more do several stars shine bright in the night sky, revealing several paths for you to pursue towards salvation. I wouldn't mind facing off against the Dissidents or the Pyre Hearts. So we're gonna try and knock him down, and if I need to, I'll knock the Withdrawn down. But we've already faced off against them 3 times, so they're gonna start getting harder and harder. The stars revealed to you a path toward the Glade of Blue, where the rites shall continue. Come morning, your travels shall continue. For now, everyone needs rest.
I do so hate to thusly contact you, O reader. Yet an awful rumor reached me recently that you have within your retinue a traitor to the Nightwings and the Commonwealth alike. But you would never harbor such a traitor, now would you? I trust your time within the downside would have taught you that.
You rise after a fitful night of slumber. Somehow the voice, which thus far has reached you only in the rites, has found its way into your sleep as well. You shake free of it. The time at Moonlight Alcove has made everyone restless. The group is eager to set forth at your command. The hidden Glade of Blue is nigh impossible to find on foot, though there it lies below us, protected even now by the enchantment of Loose Glorian 100. I understand the river named for him is rather famous in your Commonwealth. The mouth of the river Sklorian opens wide not very far from here. It was there that limbless Erizek was defeated, turning the region lush and livable, at least for certain diggers, although of course not everyone believes this. Erizek yet lives, a husk, a single foul seed, still rotting where once something mighty stood. Your adversaries, the Chastity, must be working to find their way there even now. Good fortune in your right against them. As the wagon soars across the skies above Waking Wood, you notice Bulford appears lost in thought. You cannot sense straight away what he is thinking. Do not mind me, reader. It is simply that being here in this vicinity, it brings back a lot of memories and gives me much to ponder. I hid within those woods for many years, many years, making preparations for our plan. I cast aside my raiments and became untraceable. There I waited for the plan to germinate, so it means a lot now to be here above that place at least. There at last. Quite the view, wouldn't you say, my boy? You and Pamitha spend much of the day searching through the gnarled roots of the Cinder Root until at last... Hey, this is something at least. A molten glass. You find Pamitha by herself again, though her expression is grown darker than her custom. Leave me be, would you, reader, darling? Trying to get some good and proper moping done here, and you're distracting me. Reader, just leave me be, reader. Just leave me be. You don't want to know what's lurking in my heart or mind. What you'll find there isn't pretty. Yet something about her thought process is different. You know that with her conditioning, she can resist your screw. But now her thoughts are laid bare to you. Pamitha's thoughts are her own business. The fleeting connection between you soon is severed. Thoughts are loathsome things, reader. It is difficult to know how best to hide them. Mine are plain enough for you to see by now. She exhales and looks askance. You know by now why I am in this mess with all. You could say I lacked Pamitha's sense of commitment to her zeal. She lives only to see your nation overthrown, or something worse if she could have her will. Centuries of conflict can be quite emboldening that way, especially when one's sister's leading cause of death is Commonwealth forged steel. Wielded with the utmost of mercy, of course. Well, I had little patience for the senselessness of it myself. Became a bit of a pariah, I suppose. I knew Tamitha was going to get herself and others killed someday. So when she was to fly out on this one big mission of hers, I had other arrangements made. But after she was caught, your people did not exactly uphold their end of the bargain. I knew there were such risks, of course, and yet a chance is still a chance. Tamitha was clipped and cast down. A mercy, they called it. I did not see it that way, and in my growing protests of her treatment, I was soon enough to fall. She falls silent for a while. I haven't yet decided if I entirely regret my actions, but I do seek Tamitha's forgiveness, and wish that she could see my thoughts for what they are, as it seems you can. Then she might realize our nation's people have much more in common than she knows. Sometimes I wonder which of them is stupider. She brushes past you and out of the way. As an exile of the downside, as reader of this book, and as conductor of the rites, you are engaged now in a cycle which has lasted since the dawn of this age. Here, within this part of the book, is offered summary of all key figures, locales, terms, and astral phenomena you shall encounter either firsthand or in passing on your path. To know the history of the downside and the rites is to prepare yourself to walk the path toward enlightenment and then to liberty itself. Should you be free again, remember, reveal not the rites themselves, nor the existence of this book. Adversary. An opposing band of exiles you stand against during the rite. I don't care about all this. Expulsion. State of internal banishment. as the Master General, Nomad Scribe. Uh, The wagon comes to a sudden stop after a near miss with someone or something that got right in its path. At first you see no sign of whomever or whatever it was, but then a voice rings out from off the side of your path. A friendly yet somehow aggravating tone leaves little room to question who it is. Hey guys, so maybe watch where you're going a bit more next time, I guess? You must have scared Dad half to death. I mean, just look at him. But it's good running into you like this because I got for you a really special deal. We got some pretty out there stuff on hand, and it's been slowing us down a bit, to be completely honest here. Something about him, I don't know, but Dad just hasn't been himself. But once we open shop, why these little numbers, they're gonna go flying off the shelf. And you can have first dibs. All you gotta do is give us a lift, because you're headed to the Glade of Blue, right? Just drop us off when you get there, okay? The Black Wagon does not provide for you the most spacious accommodations, but it may have enough room for Falcon Rock. Barely. At least for the short remainder of your trip. On the other hand, you sense a troubling energy from whatever strange artifact he is transporting right now and wonder if whether you should get involved. The thought of having to travel with Falcon Ron fills you with a nameless dread. I mean, his shop has helped us so far. Might as well help him out. Though your fellow exiles exchange cautious looks, you invite Falcon Ron to come up. Oh, great. Thanks, guys. I'll just, squeeze right in. He doesn't. Dad, come on, put your back into it. Eventually, Falcon Ron manages to get on board as you prepare to set forth. Welcome him aboard for now. After what felt like an interminable trip, during which Falcon Ron did not even once cease to speak of matters relevant only to him, you reach your destination. Anyways, thanks guys, and remember what I said. These thingers I got here, you got dibs on them if you come visit me and Dad, that is. Well, now we'll be going, so be seeing you, okay? Whether from Falcon's ceaseless drivel or the ill effects of his cargo, everyone is left feeling out of sorts. -5 glory. Oof. There. Fulford appears to have finished sealing some sort of dock. He smiles as he approaches you. Hello, my boy. I was just on my way out to make a drop. Report a bit of progress. Our supporters on the other side would like to know. It is not clear to you as yet exactly how Fulford is able to communicate with agents in the Commonwealth. We have our ways of making certain that such messages manage to make their way to whom they need to reach. Most of the time. Not exactly the most dignified of methods, but the messenger imp is as hardworking as the rest of us. Or, dare I say, more so. Most imps lack the capacity to do that job, and they, of course, cannot traverse the outer boundaries of the downside, but they can squeeze much closer than any of us. Wilfred offers to tell you more of this process. It seems that he has been using certain imps to relay messages to his agents in the Commonwealth for some time. From that point, we depend on certain other. A trafficker like Ruki would likely be familiar with them. Then my agents intercept the messages as they arrive. The messages are coded in the off chance they reveal themselves before unwanted eyes, but even still, my agents put themselves in great peril there, supporting our cause and our plan. I could not ask for a more dedicated bunch. A shame we cannot meet them, separated as we are. If we succeed in our endeavors, it shall be thanks to, in no small part to them. They have identified hundreds of citizens grown loyal to our cause, found hidden corners where they can speak freely. Their goal is to grow in numbers while remaining safe. But we cannot resist the Commonwealth too, if too few citizens stand with us, whether due to apathy or fear or lack of willingness to see our nation as we do. Some of these agents I have known for many, many years, since long before my exile. Many were former students from my days teaching teaching Commonwealth doctrine. It was clear then who among us did not take the common view. These days I report to them our progress, and they in turn report theirs back. From that assessment, I update the estimation of our planned success. Our chances of success increase substantially each time we liberate one of our own, but those loyal to us in Commonwealth slowly gather strength, regardless, knowing of our efforts. Thus do we inspire each other, not unlike the dynamics which I see among the Nightwings here. Now, good afternoon then, reader. I have a delivery to you. He strides out the wagon, bearing the sealed package. Never have I witnessed an affront to nature, mine and everyone's, quite like the poisoned woods of limbless Eris, the root type, in his suffocating influence. I shall leave it to the boastful Underking to tell you more of Erizek's vanquishing, whilst I may tell you something of the glade that he protected, which became my own. For my own genealogy now occupies the soil there, and strives forevermore to prevent Erizek from taking root again. The brambles of the glade are constantly encroaching on themselves, then falling once again to dust. This miraculous cycle, reflected in the starlight piercing through the canopy, needs to be witnessed whenever the stars invite an audience. Hey guys, thanks again for helping me and Dad back there. We really owe you one. So I promised I got something really, really good in stock for you right here. Black hoof. Black heart. Black claw. Ooh, that's actually pretty decent. They emanate with energy that cannot possibly be completely elevated. Nice, huh? You guys got first dibs on these bad boys, and I can tell you what, they're going to go fast. Come see us again, guys. Once more you have returned to the glade of Lu, and your companions stand ready beneath the still sky, awaiting the commencement of the rites. You overhear some of their words to one another as you await the signal in the stars. This night awaits our glorious confrontation against the chastity. Any moment. Indeed, prepare yourselves, everyone. Just then you observe a glint of starlight that begins to shine above, and your companions soon fall silent.
Or should I say deceiver? For I detect another exile in your ranks. The exile Volfred Sandalwood himself, that cursed sap. I ought to have known he was behind all this. He has no love for our sacred tradition. Yet you would heed his poisoned words over mine own? I thought that we were friends.
No.
Then fine. Let us return to a more formal distance.
The adversaries whom you were to confront when instead you had your run-in with Orlek have assembled at the opposite side of the clearing and their pyre burns bright. Manly emerges from the ranks of Chastity to call out to the rest of you. Well, I'm very glad to finally see you once again, my friends. For as you may recall, the last time, why, something happened to come up. An inconvenience, you might say. Rather frustrating. We had a most unfortunate encounter with a certain demon, with whom I trust that you are well acquainted. Please let him know we harbor no ill will, none whatsoever. Chastity seem all the more determined to prevail against you now after Orlek denied their chance to stand against you last time. Reader, my boy, let us confer a moment here. I'm returned now to the rites, a tradition I had once disavowed. And now that I've donned the raiments, the voice knows that I am here. It is no matter, really, for our plan is well in motion. All that remains for us is to prevail. I shall aid you and the others in the task of it, as best I can. Now let us see whether these old limbs of mine are still.
And there he is at last, alive and well. I know that you can hear me, Sandalwood. You're causing quite a stir out in the Commonwealth. You plant your little seeds of discontent. Know that your designs at sowing chaos shall not be tolerated here. Now, good evening to you.
If Wolfred is banished, his sapling expires. Now then, Nightwings. I look forward to conducting with you all, if and when, of course, the reader calls for us to stand as a triangle together.
Who shall it be this time? Very well.
Oh, I'm ready for them. You quite ready then? Well then, let us get this little ceremony.
Begin. Beware the adversary's aura. Nightwings make their mark upon the flame. With grace.
Wolfred Sandalwood, why, is it really you, my dear friend? You must be mistaking me for someone else, Manly. However do you mean? I'd recognize that upright posture of yours from anywhere. I knew it had to be. Oh, what a glorious surprise indeed. Oh, it's me, all right. But you're no friend of mine. No more than I am yours. So cut your nonsense for a change and face me like a proper son. Oh, to have such spark left in those old limbs of yours. Well, if you want me to be rude. Then fine, let's have it your way, sir.
That manly Tinderstaff has such a mind for politics. Would that he focused on the rights. Well, now that's exciting. A decisive blow. All for naught. A mere attempt. All banished. Remember everything which you hold dear. Be gone. A stroke of luck is all. Faye plunged into the pyre. Stand not in glory's path. Glorious. Aha. Here goes the orb. Amethyr has doused the flame. Once more like that, and we are finished here. Almost. They douse the flame. Yes. And it is done. The night
You okay, buddy?
prevailed. A perfectly agreeable performance overall. The rite is complete.
Why, you dare defer my rightful freedom? You obstruct true progress by defeating us.
The 8 scribes bless us with their ways. That Wilfred always was a little slow to
It's been a while since my last outing in the rites, begging for your continued patience as I recollect the way.
Tis the wisdom of old 100 Mines. until the stars align.
Back at the Black Wagon, you are taking some time to recover after triumphing over the Chastity rather soundly when Wilfred approaches. The Nightwings are in capable hands these days, my boy. Thank you for your continued efforts, given all the challenges we face. The rise may be ending, but we still have time to achieve our plan, especially if you continue to prevail like that. Come, let us see whom we shall square against when next the stars align.
Hydrate your bones.
Maybe the hydrate queen. Go face off against the pirates, I think. Actually, so. That Barker Ashpaws and his dissidents are frankly a disgrace to the traditions of the rites. They care not for the path, but only for the glory. He then shares with you what his has heard about your next opponent. Barker Ashpaws, a volatile cur whose pack, the dissidents, conduct the rites more so for the thrill than freedom. Back on the other side, Barker never quite took to the culture of the Commonwealth and often ran afoul of the law for various acts of boorishness or vandalism. He always promised to go straight, and in time he found a certain niche, for he was an accomplished hunter. And the people of the Commonwealth did have an appetite. Barker relished the hunt more than anything, and spent his earnings on a variety of questionable things. One particularly raucous evening, Barker was caught relieving himself on the foot of the statue of Archjustice Androbles IV, and that was the end of his citizenship. Grand Judge, who in 617 AS issued a decree prohibiting literacy in answer to growing unrest. Those who violate the law of the Commonwealth face sentencing by the appointed Archjustice. In the downside, he caught the notice of the dissidents, who observed his speed, ferocity, and fearlessness. He soon became the best of them. Barker's reputation grew among the exiled curs of the Jomer Valley region, where he is feared and unafraid of taking what he wants. To think the Commonwealth's attempt to punish him afforded him a freedom that he never had. No, but it is very late. Good night, my boy. You wish Wolfred a restful evening in turn. It is too late to take flight, though tomorrow you can press on. Hello, my boy. Tizo and I were just reminiscing on old times. Tizo is happy to have Wolfred back among the Nightwings once again. Thank you, Tizo. I am happy to be back among the Nightwings as well. Though you understand why we were forced to be apart for so long, don't you? Tizo indicates he understands full well. I trust Tarek provided some good company and song during the intervening time. Tizo confirms he did enjoy traveling alongside the lone minstrel for some time. And there he is, right on cue. Something I can do for you, Volfred, sir. Volfred laughs warmly at this. No, Tarek, we are well enough for now. Tizo and I, we were just remembering the time when we first met, the three of us. Tizo was rather apprehensive then, I recall. He was merely being circumspect, I'm sure. Tizo has the sharpest instincts of us all. But the bite he gave to you, sir, it left a permanent impression, did it not? It did indeed, and consider it a mark of friendship. May it stay with me for all my days. Is that the mark? It is a good reminder that despite the challenges we faced together in the past, my time among the Nightwings has been extraordinary. Likewise, I can say the same, sir. Tizo shares the sentiment as well. Wilfred turns to you. I should apologize, my boy. Here we are talking of a history you do not share. Believe me when I say we're skipping over many of the bad parts. What I mean is, it isn't my intention to exclude you as we wax nostalgic. The Nightwings that you know, we are a strange assortment, are we not? Those of us who share some kinship from the past, I suppose we cannot help but seek some warmth. But it should not be to the exclusion of the friendships that we forge right now. So please, why don't you join us for a bit? Together, you, Volfred, Tizo, and the Lone Minstrel talk a while about the times gone by. The three of them are pleased to be back in one another's company again, having grown close through shared experience in the past. Just the same, they've welcomed you into the group. In spite of the hardships you have faced, some of these idle moments that you share together may one day form memories you think back on with fondness. Soon the conversation winds down, though it lifted all your spirits for the while. Again, we return to the Isle of Kaelmer, hidden in this storm. I have met very few who know of it at all, much less have walked upon its stones and sands. The disconcerting tales of the demise of Kaelmer Ropecollar, who met his end there on that island. The imps that swarm and breed across the place today, do not seem to not mind. First exiles came to these lands not by force, but by heeding the Ropecollar's deceptions. The traitor's former aide to the Emperor, his actions inadvertently led the eight scribes to find one. Having paid witness to the rites firsthand, they become rather obsessed with it. Sometimes wonder if it is more difficult to conduct the rites with such a boisterous audience. May the dissidents find their way short, so that the imps may have the contest they desire. Isaac. You and Faye wandered together for a while through the boundless waters of Barb Reef. Sometimes in circles, what exactly she is looking for, she cannot explain. Eventually, however, she happens on something that never caught your notice. Look at this. Look at this, mister. The scribes, they walked this very path. I think they did. And left this here, for us. The object she procures does seem to emanate with some sort of faint and ancient power. Wisdom trace. Grants exiles 1,000 enlightenment. A messenger imp with news and rumors from the other side comes huffing towards your wagon, here in the murky waters of the Deathless Tempest. You let it in and offer it some light refreshment, as Ruki would have done. The imp's message turns out to be about him. You learn Ruki's past transgressions have all been forgiven since he has returned to the Commonwealth. He was even offered a well-appointed home and place of business. It must have represented just the kind of lavish lifestyle that Ruki always claimed to have had for himself and his extended family. Eventually, and somewhat reluctantly, however, he refused the gifts. Instead, he tracked down Volfer's agents and gave them ample information, thus emboldening their ranks. The last bit of the message sounds as though it was transcribed word for word from something Ruki said. It simply reads, "The rest of you better get back here soon, or else." You thank the messenger imp for the report. Soon it has all your companions talking. I had every faith that our friend Ruki would stand tall and rise to the occasion. Ah, the noble Ruki. He sets a shining example unto us all. We understand this Ruki holds no small degree of influence, at least among his kind. Tizo is happy to learn that Ruki joined the revolution in the Commonwealth. Don't you think he must be sad to have turned down a house? I hope he isn't. Hard to believe he would have turned down living in that kind of luxury, though maybe he got used to it out here. The news of Ruki's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. Messenger Imp accepts some scraps to eat from you, and rushes off. One hope for the next right. Well, hey guys, let me tell you something real quick. Now I happen to have heard that Mr. Greentail has moved on or something like that, right? Well, I just want you to know he was one of my most favorite customers, and because of that, I'm giving you the same great deals, okay? Oh, excuse me. You guys really are my favorite customers, you know? Diseases. Ailments in the downside often give no warning when they strike. Those who keep moving and make no attempt to settle, they reduce their risks. The afflictions come in multiple varieties. In the bogs of the flagging hands, a pallor tends to sink into the skin and then into the mind. The nauseating solace north of there is difficult for some to tolerate. Very hot or very cold environs bring their own specific side effects. My coat is not as lustrous. My fangs are long. Like in all aspects of the downside, all these ailments share a purpose: to test your body, mind, and spirit. They only appear to harm. Accept them, surpass them, and move on. As the sky above the Isle of Kaelmir darkens, your companions watch in silence and await the commencing of the rites. Sir Gilman speaks up after a time. Thus do the stars begin to shine again in all their glory. Now everything is ready, and the stars begin to shine once more, precisely as foretold.
Time is nigh, you exiles of the Night Wings. The the 8 scribes summon you to the Isle of Kaelmer. Your adversaries in the coming rite shall be the Dissidents. Snuff out their Pyre's flame and show your worth. Now prepare yourselves.
Smell that, mates? Looks like we're gonna have to take this one a little serious this time. That's right, because they ain't got Greentail clogging up their ranks no more. He's back home with his dear old mum where he belongs. Right time you Nightwings dumped to that deadbeat. Gotta have some standards after all. Just the same, we're gonna stomp you to the ground. Get ready.
Who shall besmirch the Nightwing's name?
What? Take that.
Faye, Sir Gilman, Volfred. The choice is cast.
Prepare yourself, everyone. Been itching for another go. Let's have it at it, mates. Tear him to shreds.
Commence. Banished in an instant.
Oops.
Barker's on time out. The path to glory laid bare. Ouch. Glory to the scribes. There. They did it. You'll have to do better than that. None left unscathed. Twas a crushing blow against their pyre. No more than a lick of flame remains. And it is done. The Nightwings prevail. Alas that their adversaries failed to stop them.
You okay, buddy? Yeah. You just
The
EP?
ceremony
Okay.
is complete.
Oh, you think you're better than us just because you beat us fair and square here? Is that it? At least you got me blood to boil a bit.
Always is there greater knowledge to be gained. What is it you recall there, Volfred, my old friend?
The rites demand we act as of one mind, in perfect unison and harmony. And free of any doubt, I have grown more accustomed to being a part of the Nightwings of the day.
Until the next rite.
After you bested the dissidents almost effortlessly, there's little time for you to rest as yet. The night beckons, and the night reveals itself to be a vital one. It is already time, reader. Come see for yourself. The coldness of the season now presents us another chance. He heads out straight away, and you follow him in turn. Indeed, among the remaining stars, you see one with which you are familiar now burns ever bright. And we're probably going against Pyre Hearts, if I had to guess. Oh! Okay. Already are the Nightwings summoned back to Mount Elodie. Picture the rites as a wheel broken free from a black wagon. It is turning uncontrollably and soon shall reach a sudden stop. We should have several chances left for someone to go free, either us or else our adversaries, but not both. What is at stake each time is further complicated, I must admit, knowing we have so few opportunities remaining. Those whom we send back to the Commonwealth, should our plan somehow fail, they may look upon their exile with fondness. So returning to the Commonwealth is not inherently a mercy, I don't think. Moreover, there are also those among us whom we count on to prevail in the rights. We need them on the Nightwings just as much as we need them in the Commonwealth. We cannot simply grow our numbers here, given the circumstances. And so, who stays, who goes, these choices affect us all. No pressure there. Now, I don't know about you, but I shall go and take my leave from you. Let's set forth again in daybreak. I myself, Haub, did form the dissidents under this simple tenet. Those who do not belong, belong. The other scribes, some of them showed, at first, reluctance to allow an imp, and one accursed, to designate one of the 9 triumvirates. But Myrrh, the Horned One, stubborn as he was, stood by my side. In time, they came to understand, for I remained, as ever, at their side, a living bit of proof of their absurdity. The dissidents are an extension of my oddity. Those who do not adhere, they are not to be discarded, underestimated, or dismissed. They are as necessary as are those against whom they rebel. You make landing upon Mount Elodial, where Volfred pulls you aside while the others complete the post-flight inspection. He puffs at his pipe before speaking up. Reader, as you know, I now wear mother raiment once again. This means that I myself may soon be worthy to regain my freedom in the eyes of the 8 scribes. Know, however, that it is not my wish to go just yet. It is true that I could be of some benefit to our plan back in the Commonwealth, but I feel my place is here for the time being. Perhaps once the Nightwings are on surer footing in their path, my time shall come. Those are my feelings on the matter. I wanted you to know. I shall, of course, defer to you. Our path is not to contradict the reader's will. Anyway, I trust that all of us, yourself included, shall find our freedom. If not soon, then by when all of this is over. Having completed the post-flight inspection, you and Sir Gilman visit the monument of Triestithus, and here in Emperor's Ascent. It seems this knight's test of honor is just beginning to begin. He is to understand the stars themselves are vanishing? Impossible, he says, for how can there be such a thing as honor in this world if the stars themselves are wont to leave this world behind? Soon he finishes paying his respect. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Tithys has shown you favor. You soon shall ascend the mountain, though there is time now to pursue your vocations. Gains more quickness. Accept blessing. Mentor companion. We could try and mentor Faye. Mentor Tizo. And could benefit. I think we want to do either Volfrid or... Let's mentor Volfrid. Certainly, I would appreciate your point of view. You illustrate to Volfrid some of the intricacies of the rites, focusing on how all three in a triumvirate can move and act as one mind. You sense he grasps some of the concepts. Just so, I must say, my boy, your understandings of the rites is more than I expected. Sir Gilman is training intently when you approach. Master Reader, this knight was so engulfed in memories of the Sea Dominion that he failed to detect your stealthy advance on his position. Splendidly done. This knight would have been vanquished by you easily. This knight is fortunate to have you as an ally rather than a mortal foe. His kind routinely clambers from the depths of the Sea Dominion to seek greater glory and perhaps to a slightly longer life expectancy within your commonwealth. Such an honor it would be to be assigned the rank of knight and be conscripted onto the front lines of the Commonwealth against their vicious winged enemies. In the Sea Dominion, it was our ultimate goal to fight our way to the surface, past our brethren, past the razor reefs, the strange kelp, the snagglefins that prey on our kind. Sir Gilman continues listing undersea dangers and terrors for some time. Past the blood sniffers, the electric scallops, the rogue worms and of the frigid current, the paralyzing nets of the far fishers, and even past the scalding waters of the glowing trench. Finally, he trails off. Yet even despite the myriad challenges of living in the Sea Dominion, it is each would-be worm knight's duty to abandon that place at his or her soonest convenience. How humorous it was to learn that life within your commonwealth had quite a bit in common with our existence undersea. 'Twas not all pomp and glory as stories told. Perhaps it is our lot as worm knights to bring strife with us wherever we should go. For even here, it seems, our kind is pitted against our brethren and all others. He remains silent for a while, but then, well, it is fortunate that this knight found within this place so fine a company as yours. It is a most different change of pace to strive toward a common purpose rather than strive constantly to outperform each other toward one's own self-gain. Although, to the extent we are competing still, this knight shall ever strive to take the lead. Make no mistake about that, master. This knight was born to be the best, just like all the billions like him. Now he is off to steal himself. Your pardon, master. He scoots off somewhere and continues with his self-main training regimen. Gains another quickness. En route to the mountaintop, you pass by a monument to Under King Oris, and Pamatha happens to take notice. I have to hand it to you, Pamatha. You have a real gift for getting yourself into one bad situation after another. Here you are, praying to the dead to bring the stars back. Is that it? Maybe you'll get out of here this time. Things might be even worse back home. Soon she has finished paying her respect. As you prepare to continue your ascent, you sense that Under King Oris has shown her favor. Free glory. You and your fellow exiles gather at the foot of the scribe's gate before an archway carved of stone. where stands the gate guardian. Greetings to you, Scylla. I see the exiles of Nightwings have returned, even as the cycle of rites begins drawing to a close. The Nightwings accept this as the will of the scribes. The gate guardian laughs at this, softly for some reason. And you, Tarek, do you accept their will as well? But the lone minstrel does not answer her. It is no matter. Now, Nightwings, each of you, come forth and state what it is you seek whilst crossing the scribe's gate. One by one, the Nightwings declare themselves. You all pass as before. When Volfred takes his turn, Celeste stops him. You, I see you wear the raiments once again. Explain. The cycle of the rites is ending. While I do not know exactly why, I have my fears. One of my contemporaries, he who fell from the summit long ago, he lives and seeks his liberty again. He stands against us now and believes his triumvirate to be the true knight. I remember well the contemporary who you meet. Then the Nightwings stand divided. Yes, and so I wear the raiments once again, in case that it may help to right this wrong. For I am Volfred Sandalwood, and I seek the liberty for each of us, so that one day we all might stand shoulder to shoulder on the other side and bring our freedom to the people there. She considers Volfred's words for me. I see. Then move along. The guardian of Scribe's Gate regards you all. Then she beckons you on. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Solen, what is it, Tarek? The will of the scribes. Long have we both followed it. I think you would agree. In equal measure has it drawn us close as separated us. But if their aim now is to keep us apart for an age or longer, then no, I do not accept it. You blaspheme, Tarek. And at the gate no less. But the lone minstrel simply puts it back. Then may the scribes themselves admonish me. Until tomorrow night, Sultans. Having reached the peak of Mount Elodium again, you see the vastness of the downside all around you. It leaves you deep in thought regarding which of your companions you ought to free this night, as Ruki did last. Volfred looks up as you approach and smiles. I never thought I would say such things, my boy, but it is good to wear the raiments and the rites once more. The march of time does have a way of healing certain hurts. Besides, the Nightwings of today, we are a very different beast than the triumvirate which took me in almost a decade ago. Ours was a triumvirate of exactly 3. Well, 4 with Tiso, who proved to be an exception, though historically the Nightwings never took on more exiles than needed. I have mentioned my predecessor, Bright, my former companions of recent Orla. Perhaps naively, I had hoped my time with them would not be relevant directly to what we now attempt. But seeing as our stories are now intertwined, do let me know if there's any more you wish to learn of them. You inquire about Brighton, who you understand was liberated prior to when Volfred first joined the Nightwings. I never met Brighton in person, but I know him rather well by now, though for that matter, my boy, so do you. He studies your action for a moment, then. Brighton was born wealthy, but not special otherwise. You would have no reason to have heard of him. He was exiled for negligent misconduct. I do not know exactly why and do not care for spreading rumors. I first heard of him through Irisa and Orla, who found in me a suitable replacement following his liberation. They spoke little of him, Orla gave the impression they did not see eye to eye, but he assured me I soon would hear from him myself. Indeed, as I became accustomed to the book, which you know well by now, I soon began to hear the voice. Volfred looks at you as if to see if you yet take his meaning. You see, my boy, after Brighton's liberation, he assumed a new identity within the Commonwealth, and a new responsibility to the triumvirate which liberated him. The voice you hear from time to time, whensoever the stars align, it's his. He's no longer Brighton. He is now none other than Archjustice Androbal's knight himself. Liberated exiles retain certain burdens to their old triumvirates. They have much to thank them for, not just their freedom, but their exalted status in the Commonwealth. the theocratic rulers of the Commonwealth, they do not wear masks and raiments simply for the sake of ceremony. They are not who they appear to be. Their public pasts are nothing but a fabrication. Like Brighton, they once were exiles too. Brighton, that voice. He has no love for either of us by now. He knows full well what we attempt to do. Yet, he is bound by the traditions of the rites. He shall always stand on ceremony and complain, but I think he knows deep down that he is powerless. How ironic that one of such high status in the Commonwealth should be so frightened of some long-forgotten exiles such as we. Anyway, that's Brighton for you. He must have seen in you the potential to be one of his staunch supporters for a time. If that's a path you'd wanted to pursue, I should apologize. Now then, whom else should we talk about? You talk about Irissa, who you understand betrayed Orlek at the moment of his liberation, but then perished in the Shimmer Pool. I'm afraid you know the brunt of it, my boy, but I suppose you ought know something of Irissa's past, lest you be quick to judge her solely by her actions. Mind you, I would never make excuses for the terrible choice she ultimately made, but her life, I understand, was very difficult. Irissa had been exiled for the foulest of acts. You can see it plainly branded on her face. Such was the heinousness of what she did in the eyes of the Commonwealth. She was an apprentice blacksmith in her youth, picking up the post left by her brother. He had fallen in battle on the blood border, despite wielding her father's own lance and armor. Her father never quite recovered after this, and had grown cruel and detached. It was Irissa who took the brunt of his fury. He expected the impossible of her. One day it was too much for her, so when next he lashed out at her, she struck back. She struck back again and again and again. When they came for her, her father was gone, and she was not herself. She was promptly cast into the downside for the crime, where her hatred for the Commonwealth only grew. Irissa always was intense in her demeanor, haunted by her father's memory. More than that, her chief motive for wanting her freedom was, in hindsight, not a healthy one. She longed to join our nation's enemies, to build the Highwing remnants a great siege engine that could shatter the defense of the Commonwealth, and forever end our feud. What she ultimately did to Orlek, it was an act of pure and thoughtless desperation. I do not think that it was simply evil, nor do I think that it was personal. I often wondered, though, if her final moments in the Shimmer Pool, she understood what she had done, and the depths to which she had fallen. For years, I must admit, I hated her, but now my only hope is that she found a peace untenable during her relatively short life in the downside of the common. Furthermore, I hope the life of Irissa offers some perspective yet to those of us who have not made the same mistakes. Now then, was there something else? Ask about Orlek. What Orlek was like when he and Volford first became acquainted. Volford remained silent for some time. I was very, very sick, when I first landed in the downside. The long trip down the river must have been a little much for me. It was Orlek who found me. He could not have known of my capacity to read before he received me. He was a physician, intolerant of the sight of suffering, of any kind. Not just of any physician, mind you, a gifted, highly decorated servant. Back then, skirmishes erupted frequently, and those such as Orlek, they had to deal with many casualties on either side. In time, he grew repulsed by what he saw. This sowed in his heart a yearning for an end to all the bloodshed. So he tried to use his status to negotiate a treaty with the Highwing remnants. It must have gone about how you'd expect. He was given direct orders to return to the front, but when he refused to soil his hands again, they cast him to the depths. Here he gained the notice of the Nightwings, and before long he grew to be one of the finest rites conductors anyone had ever seen. He was instrumental in the liberation of his companions, those whose roles as a triumvirate were later filled by Irissa and me. In time, Orlek's own opportunity for freedom had come up. He longed for it, so that, with his exalted status, he might stand a better chance of negotiating peace. However, on the evening of his liberation, well, you know the story from that point. Wilfred breathes a heavy sigh. He and I were kindred spirits for a while. I could not bear to think that he was gone, and now I still cannot entirely believe that he is back. He is our adversary now, transformed, grown cold. Still, part of me is happy that he lives. Make no mistake, of course, I shall not be swayed against our plan, not by Orlek or anyone. As I have said before, we share a higher calling. As for Orlek, he wants his freedom still. Although I wonder if he still remembers one. Anyway, was there something else in my book? You bid Volfred a good afternoon and leave him with his memories. It's my pleasure, reader. Reflecting on the past from time to time helps demonstrate how far we've come, yet how much further we have yet to go. Hey guys, so, like, I don't know what's going on up there with all them stars acting real weird and stuff, but let me tell you something here. You ain't gonna find a better deal on all this stuff from anybody. I mean, anybody in the downside. You can trust me when I tell you that, okay? So go ahead and stock up.
Shitara funny, Shay.
Didn't see nothing you liked this time, huh? Once more, you've gained the fall of Solium. One among you may go free, but first you shall have to prevail against dissidents in the liberation. Reader, your companions are gathered there, under the fall. They shall be counting on you. Indeed, as the cycle of the rites turns ever faster, so too our plan is set in motion. My agents in the Commonwealth are beginning to cause a bit of a stir out there, and word has reached high places that the rites are ending. We're gonna take a quick BRB. I thought I was gonna be at the right by now. I need to use the restroom. Be right back. All right. Sorry for the break there. My agents in the Commonwealth are beginning to cause a bit of a stir out there, and word has reached high places that the rights are ending. This is our chance, though. Let us not despair should victory elude us here. We shall make the most of whatever the scribes may have in store for us. That is to say, good luck, my boy. It's time. There's 11 titans, but there's only 8 scribe stars. Weird.
Once more, the Nightwings gain the summit of the sacred Mount Aladiel to conduct the liberation rite.
Do you want to come sit on my lap?
Even as the stars themselves
Come here.
abandon you. Make good upon these final opportunities,
Yeah.
reader.
You like the
This
warm?
glorious age-old tradition
Yeah.
coming to an
Hey,
end
doll.
upon your watch.
I was just giving you affection.
I trust the dissidents,
You wanna be
your
here?
adversaries, shall not throw away this chance. Choose
Yes,
now
no?
who may go free,
Okay.
should they unfortunately fail.
Buddy. Come here. You want to lie down? No, we don't bite. You decided to bite. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Why don't you go hang out? Chill out, buddy. The pyres burn in each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn in each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed of the dissidents, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respect you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Barker bursts out from some hidden corner, laughing as he paws at his mask. A real pleasure to be here, mates, truly. Barker Ashpaws. Call me Barker, though, alright? But, by the by, it was a real pisser getting here, you know? Begging your pardon, Barker Ashpaws? You thusly speak upon the summit of the sacred mountain? Oh my, so terribly sorry to offend you there, lassie. I forgot we got the stars above up there to make me watch me language. Though, let's get one thing straight, lassie. I don't give a bother for your sacred mountain, so you take it and you shove it. Me and my pack, we're just here for the laughs, you got that? The other side ain't any better than this one. We ain't interested in your freedom. But just the same, we're gonna get it. Take it from those wee little babes there, so antsy for it. You hear that, you Nightwings? You better put up a good fight here or I ain't gonna be happy, understand? He then shoves his mask back on. Right then. Right, come on then. Let's hurry up and get this damn thing started. Nightwings, your decision. On whose behalf shall you conduct the liberation? Reader, I would ask you to choose wisely, but I am sure you know no other way. And you, prepare your song, Tarek. Of course, Celeste.
Whom do you intend to liberate?
Yes.
Sir Gilman.
Has this knight at last regained his honor? Let us now find out.
Who shall lend him support.
We need this off the culprit. Because I want to.
Tizo.
Screehawk. Tizo is more than willing to help Sir Gilman get home.
Faye.
Me? Of course, I'll do my best. This is important.
It is done.
All right then, mates. No more waiting, no more holding back. Let's rip them to shreds. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Commence.
Oops. What in the... All right, mates. Something's gone right funny with that orb, I can tell. Better laugh it up while you can, eh? Indeed, something strange seems to happen with the celestial orb. It shudders now as though possessed of the same chaotic power as your adversary. Okay, one last time into the pyre.
And there it is, at last. The Nightwings proved their worth. Their adversaries they defeated utterly.
He's in the window.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free. Absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
What a joke. Here I was thinking we were gonna make him cry after all this. Come on, mates. I've had it with this stuck-up place. So let's get out of here already, eh? Sir Gilman stares at nothing in particular. You sense he is still taking in what has transpired and what it means for him. So then this night he is to be free? He is to be free? Nay, but that would mean Why, that would mean his honor is restored. One cannot go back unto our commonwealth by any other means. This knight's exile was self-brought, his disgrace profound, that he has been atoned under the eye of the Underking and those of all his noble comrades. He begins to grow very emotional at that. This knight loves you all. He loves you all, that you would strive for him and let him join your noble quest. This knight does not feel as though he is deserving of this outcome, yet the result appears inarguable. Even now, this knight is drawn into the Shimmer Pool. Our time grows brief. Therefore, know this, beloved friends. This knight shall ever strive on your behalf there in the Commonwealth. Though his honor may have been restored, his true journey only now begins. And so, good friends of the Nightwings, this knight must now bid you farewell. However, the bond we formed together shan't be broken by mere distance. Nay, strive on, good friends, strive on. You hear Sir Gilman as he vanishes into the Shimmer Pool. If this lowly knight could have achieved such glory, surely can you all. For now, farewell, farewell. Sir Gilman earned back his freedom. May he return?
Godspeed, Sir Gilman. The 8 scribes are watching from afar. By their grace, may the cycle of the rites keep turning for as long as possible. May the scribes have mercy on us all.
You return to your wagon after having prevailed against the dissidents in the Liberation. Tizo wishes Sir Gilman a safe journey home. Do you think Sir Gilman is already home? You succeeded in liberating Gilman, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. We have but a few such liberation rites remaining. Exactly how many I do not wish to speculate about as yet, until such time as we can better say for certain. Under no circumstances would I suggest this is ideal. However, it is opportunity enough that our plan may yet succeed. That's 66%. Although all of these setbacks, I fear, Wilfred trails off and falls silent. Some of the others exchange looks. They are beginning to understand. With the rites soon ending, everything which Wilfred has sought, both on his own for many years, and now with all of you, all of it may have been in vain. Hush spreads across the others, but not to you. You then proceed to do something that none of them seem to expect. You raise your voice. Each of your fellow exiles turns to you with their expression asking you a question with no easy answer. What are we going to do? As you meet Tizo's gaze, the words for the occasion begin to crystallize in your mind. You're searching for the right words as all your fellow exiles are looking to you now. Search for the words to say to your fellow exiles. Interact, consider, interact, London. Interact, together, thoughts. You tell them that you have stood together sometime after through. You tell them that you all have stood together time after time throughout this quest and are now poised to seize upon a glorious opportunity. Only a hollow fool would turn back now. You tell them that you are not going to mince words with anyone here because by now each of you knows each other well, as that would be a grave disservice to the group. You all have struggled to come this far across the downside, your many challenges which you have faced, only to reach this low point in your journey. The path to freedom still laid bare before you all, true freedom, not waiting for you in the common. The path is difficult enough without the added burden of despair. None of you pursue this quest with any guarantee. It is a quest you all knew was unlikely to end well. One cannot assume that it would have a happy outcome. It is clear that none of you are going to return. Not all of you are going to return. Surely this has weighed heavily on everyone. Each of you knew this outcome was a possibility. Path to freedom. But something far more vital is at stake. You see the imminent conclusion of the rites as a sign. It is a sign that the world is changing. The disappearance of the stars above can be no accident. It is a sign that the world is changing. It's great. Watch. Meanwhile, the stars themselves are shining for you. All of what transpired cannot be mere chance. It would spur you on to greater feats. You all now have a divine duty to uphold, where you're waiting for change. Commonwealth is already in upheaval. There you have unfinished business to conduct. Its troubles are only just beginning. You have to resist the forces that would crush you. The injustices committed on the other side cannot continue. Now is the time to stand and fight the forces that oppose you, for your own sake, for those who live in present. For your people, for each other. Those who do not fight do not prevail. You now have this opportunity to live with purpose. Stand poised to ensure the world you leave behind for your loved ones, for your people, worth living. If you can believe any of this, then believe in each other. Believe in the plan that may yet be achieved. Trust what your heart is telling you. Trust that you may yet prevail together. Believe the plan may be yet achieved. After a brief period of reflection, you share one last sentiment. Let us stand together now and always. Mere distance cannot separate our spirits. Stars have not vanished, they have joined us. Let us bring about the harmony envisioned by the 8 scribes. The people of the Commonwealth need us as we need one another. Thus do you remain together with your thoughts. No one speaks for a time, but then... You truly believe that your Commonwealth can change its ways then, reader darling? I suppose that I may yet come to believe it too. Thou wouldst dare change this ancient world, reading one, and yet thy words are tinged with certain truth. Tizo vows to stand with you, no matter where your quest shall lead. May long the stars remain a light for you, reader, sir. All the while, Volfred remains watching you intently. Then his expression softened, and he smiled. You are right, of course, my boy. We are the Nightwings. It is precisely as you said. Mere distance cannot separate our spirits. Lead us, then, reader, to the end of our quest, and the dawn of the new age for all our kin. Everyone for the Nightwings. Everyone responds in kind. They stand with you no matter what. They await the outcome of your vision of the stars, which burn with renewed fury, because now the last rites beckon. Each of the Nightwings gains one hope permanently. Mere distance cannot separate our spirits. The stars above now burn with what appears a desperate fury. Many more of them than usual. It's like 6 options there, Jesus. The stars of the 8 scribes, they shine together now as one. The low minstrel draws a breath as though surprised by what he sees. He backs away and averts his eyes. This is another sign the rites are soon to cease. Few chances yet remain to confront the adversaries you have met during your journey. We've done 4. I believe there is 7. Total rites conducted. Total, I think. So we only have 7 more total rites to do. Yeah. So I think the way this plays out is we do 2 rites, a liberation rite, 2 rites, a liberation rite. That would bring us to 6, and then right away a liberation rite, which would bring us to the 7th. Let's let the accusers and the Pyre Hearts stand at the top still, I think. They're gonna be so much more strong. We're gonna have to take down the withdrawn. Ah, yes, the Pyre Hearts, now led by Sir Deluge, is it? They do their part within the rites, of that I can attest, but their new leader, he seems in over his head. You and Volfred go over what you know of Sir Deluge's past. Some of it from tales loudly told by one Sir Gilman. Sir Deluge, a Worm Knight of the Sea Dominion, a former ally of Sir Gilman, he lacks the sort of courage for which his kind is known, yet somehow leads the Pyre Hearts anyway. Some worms born under the Sea Dominion's waters sought life's meaning on dry land. The Commonwealth recognized their chivalrous tradition and put them to use. Sir Deluge was just another bit of frontline fodder in the war against the Highwing remnants, yet time and again he distinguished himself for one simple reason: he would not die. His unusual instincts for self-preservation kept him safe in many battles, and over time he was repeatedly promoted for lack of any real competition. Then, in the Battle of the Spiral Sanctum, when retreat certainly was not an option, Sir Deluge retreated anyway. This was a breaking point, and he was at last sentenced into exile. In the downside, he sought water, where he made contact with Sir Gilman and other members of his kind. They all saluted him as their superior. The other knights had little choice but to respect his rank. As the Pyre Hearts, they conduct the rites in the name of their great hero, the Under King Horus, while adhering to their strict code. A coward of a knight, that one, and yet his silent comrades are no strangers to the rites. Now, let us take our leave, for it is late. We need to be centered. You say goodnight to Volfred in turn. There is no time to make flight preparations now, though in the morning you will press on once again. Following the successful outcome of the liberation rite, you find Bertrude muttering something to herself. You hear some words as you approach. Shouldst thou seekest darkness, then may nightfall come to thee in time. Shouldst thou seekest courage, then may bravery soon bloom within thy heart. Shouldst thou seekest water, then may the ocean open wide for thee. Shouldst thou seekest fortune, then... You recognize this as the bog benediction. An old blessing of goodwill from the southern bogs, never uttered in modern times. The bog dwellers bade their more adventurous brethren to go forth and seek other peoples of the land. Though you've never heard it said, Alpha. Then Bertrude sees you there and cuts short the chain. Care thee to explain thy presence, reading one. We were amidst an invocation, which must now begin anew. 'Tis for the Worm Knight, if thou needst know, to speed him on his homeward journey. The Worm Knight are a distant kin. Unlike their ilk, ours have but passing interest in the sea. There, within the depths, we have long seen that which is to be seen. Nevertheless, the distant kin is kin. That foolish worm knight, surely he would never have survived his years if not for divine aid. Thus we provide him more. Then perhaps the worm knight, easily underestimated as he is, perhaps he shall turn out to be of some small benefit as part of Sandalwood's design. She glares at you intently for a moment. Mistake thee not for these actions for affection, nor for a longing for the loudness of this place to escalate ever again to the volumes such as only his incessant shouting could achieve. Now leave us, reading one. The invocation must be finished ere the worm knight finally arrives upon the shores beyond this land, before his homecoming. She turns away from you and then begins her chant again. Should thou seekest shelter, then may the elements be merciful to thee. Should thou seekest kinship, then may thy kin hold memory of thee. Shouldst thou seekest darkness, you leave her in the benediction. You leave her to the benediction. The worm knight's absence is already felt. You know, however, that he will strive with all his might on your behalf there, on the other side. The fallen empire of Sar was ruled according to an ancient bloodline thought to be infallible. Our society shall instead be by those who earn the privilege. We, the eight, cannot bear the burden of determining your worth. It shall be determined by your peers and by you yourself. We shall provide a framing through the rights to put you to the test against yourselves, against your kin, against your adversaries. The downside cannot let us all go free. Thus, freedom to the worthy. As the worthy, your true calling then begins, as you return to a society which longs to learn the wisdom you have gained along your path. The worthy shall lead. There is no time now to return to Moonlight Alcove as before, as the stars already urged you on. Everyone is ready to make haste before the cairn of Hal. Little further purchase as you fly above his hidden lair in the Moonlight Alcove. You cannot help but wonder if you shall ever return there. Our dear Alcove. I've asked my agents to break down the place. It shall soon be gone, if it isn't already. We shall not be returning. We've no time to do so anyway, and with Oralek back among the living now, no longer fond of me, I dare not think what he would do with it. Unfortunately, hiding places are of little value once they're found. Once all of this is over, those of us who do not manage to return, we shall have to find another place to live. To try to live, at least. Your flight takes you near where you breached past the storm wall into Deathless Tempest. With the climate in the downside intensifying, you wonder if the storm has spilled forth from its confines and started to ravage other regions of land. We need to take another break. I'm starting to feel hungry. Need a snack. The forbidding cairn of Halb lies below. Not many exiles see fit to cross beyond it. Some fear the listless remains of Shaq's 6 shoulders shall snatch them up if they attempt to cross. Others simply do not wish to pass into flagging hands. Few know of its true significance as we do. Although your adversaries, the Pyre Hearts, should be on their way here now, soon. You shall confront them once again. We're going to take a quick break. All right, let's get to it. You and Wilfred make a quick search of the rocky path of the shunt. However, you find little of note. Each day, all we can do is preserve, my boy. Let's return now. You soon return to the Black Wagon, where the others are preoccupied with their own pursuits. You should have enough time to pursue your vacations. I should be interested to see what lessons you have taken from the book. You sit down with Wilfred to go over some of the subtler aspects of the rites, such as the state of banishment and how to return from it. You sense he is beginning to understand. Long did I bide my time in anticipation that one day the Nightwings would reform under a common cause. To be a part of it myself, it nourishes the spirit. Banishment, as failure, is a time for careful introspection. No, Zach, stop. Stop the wagon, now. The Black Wagon shudders to a stop, en route to the cairn of Haub. There is some commotion as Wilfred motions everyone to be still. There, ahead, it seems we have a visitor. He points into the distance. However, when you scan the horizon, everything is still. You see no sign of whomever Wilfred referred to. Still, he indicates caution. I'm certain that I saw someone directly in the road. Tense moment passes, then another. Then Wilfred tenses up. There he is. Look there. You look towards where he signals, then at last you see the cause of his concern. There's no mistaking who it is. Orelek stands there, near motionless atop some forgotten rock jutting from the desolate sprawl, a fair distance away. He stands directly on the path of your black wagon. Yet he shows no sign of acknowledging the wagon's presence. He appears only to be waiting for something, likely for you all. Wilfred gets your attention, quietly. Well, my boy, I'm open to suggestions here, or likely hasn't come to pay a social visit. Hail him. There has to be a way to reason with Orelek and bridge differences between him and his former triumvirate. Perhaps he has come to negotiate. I'm uncertain Orelek is willing to be reasonable. At this point, after everything he has been through, though, I am hopeful you are right. You give the signal for drive imps to start the wagon and head toward him. But as you reach the point where Orelek once stood, he has vanished. Surveying our strength, perhaps, his motives are plain, but his intentions unclear. Indeed, Orelek is nowhere to be found now. A unnerving encounter causes everyone to fall silent for the remainder of the trip. Your wagon finally arrives at the cairn of Haub, where still there is no sign of Orelek, or your next adversaries for that matter. Your companions organize a quick search about the premises, leaving you to watch the wagon until the right commences. Something is wrong. Someone is here, alone, with you. Orlick seems to be examining various objects in the wagon. Whether he has noticed you, you cannot tell. What he is doing here and how he got in unnoticed, you cannot imagine. You watch him go about whatever he is doing, examining all sorts of things that you and your fellow exiles gathered on your journey. He shakes his head. All these trains. This wagon is most different now. Welcoming, and yet I am unwelcome here, it seems. In my own wagon. He directs his gaze at you, acknowledging your presence for the first time. You, a mere shadow. Tell me something. Who are you to them? You may as well know the truth of it, since no reason to bleed him. Friendship has managed to grow to become more than just your role in the right. Who or what you are is of little consequence. Certainly not the like of him. You tell Orlick that you have traveled all across the downside with this group, and count them as your trusted friends. It is a different group now than in his day. A friend is. Beware them, for the Nightwings do not always treat their friends with all due charity. Relay to them a message for me, Shadow. Tell them I shall have mine. He strides right past you, toward the door, but then he turns to you again, once more. I shall have. Then Orlick is gone. How ironic that the shattered remnants of the bone-tight shacked Six Shoulders, which once stood vigilant over the archway into flagging hands, remain now as forbidding as when that horrid monster still possessed a natural life. After little Halb dispatched the Bone Titan in a feat of ingenuity, Shax's pieces fell onto the valley floor, forming a set of standing stones which Halb marked. Further, traces of the Titan's glacial blood coagulated into perfect frozen drops, which still shimmer in the darkness. Six Shoulders seems to start reanimating when the stars above him dance a certain way. Paint the sigil then, in the shining. Several of your companions return as you exit the wagon. You explain what happened. However, none of them saw Orlick. I believe you, my boy. Orlick, he is unwell. It is good you did not come to harm. Now let's make sure the same can be said of the wagon. You and the others conducted an exhaustive search in and around the Black Wagon for any signs of objects missing or tampered with, as well as signs of damage or foul play. The search yields nothing. No one finds any signs that anything was moved or tampered with, even the drive-in seemed calm. The incident leaves you questioning your own recollection of what happened. You try to clear your mind, for the rite is soon now to commence. Oh, hey guys, you know, it seems awful quiet now. I gotta say, without that slippery little character, what used to hang around with you, I mean? Talks like this a lot, you know what I mean? Hope he found that honor thing he was always going on about. We don't got that in stock just now. They're leaving, Dad. Just look at how much we got this time. The night grows dark over the cairn of Hal, and you and your companions stand prepared at the anointed place at the appointed time. Bertrude and your fellow exiles exchange expectant looks, some with each other, some with you, though everyone is rather quiet now in one another's company. You sense vague concern in Faye, perhaps having to confront the Pyre Hearts once again. As for Panwitha, she seems very much at peace, awaiting the stars to signal the commencement of the rite. She does not have to wait for very long. Instinctively, you clutch the Book of Rites as the stars above take hold of everyone's attention.
The infamous Reader returns, along with his remaining retinue of miscreants. You managed recently to rid yourself of yet another one. Your adversaries, the Pyre Hearts. As with you, they must be very desperate for their freedom.
Yeah, I know. You were mad about that. Stop.
From here.
I'm sorry. You didn't like that. It was too rough. I know. Yeah. You wanna lie down again? No, no bite. Hi. You done? You done? Calm down. Breathe. Yeah. I would like to use my hand on the keyboard, please. Oh no, the Nightwings! Coward. He struggles with his mask for some time. Please have mercy on this night, O Nightwings. For this knight knows well of the limitless power which you most certainly possess. Then he squirms into his mask. Limitless power can only be the explanation as to how you freed that no good Gilman. How this knight must know. How can such a thing be even possible? Inheriting the loudest, clumsiest, ugliest, most obnoxious, least competent worm ever to sully the rank of the Pyre Hearts, and seeing him to such a victory? Would that this knight could kneel, for he would kneel before your stupefying power. By the end of the speech, you sense Sir Deluge is not entirely sincere. Even now, you hear him snickering nervously with his triumvirate. It seems news of Sir Gilman's liberation has caused quite a stir within the ranks of the Pyre Hearts. Even still, they stand together, ready for the right.
Choose quickly your triumvirate. Anatha. Tizo.
We await the ancient rites commencement. We are not afraid of you, especially not this night. Worm Knights attack.
Now begin. A flame is stricken.
Careful, dude. Oh no, 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 not again. Thanks, Zeg.
Tizo takes the plunge. That's it. As per the sacred law. The bog crone dove into the flame. The rite is nearly ended. And it is done. The Nightwings managed to prevail. May their next adversaries fare a little better. The rite is done.
This night, he knew he had no chance. For shame.
Bask now in the wisdom of the scribes.
A hidden power, a terrible unbridled fury, seems to have awakened within Tizo. All in all, he seems very enthusiastic about it.
Tis the influence of the imp scribe. Now take your sordid business someplace else.
What? You hanging out up there, buddy? Yeah? Okay. Back at the Black Wagon, you find the lone minstrel examining your fellow exiles after they overcame the Pyre hearts with ease. It is plain to you that none of them look well. Lone minstrel notices you there and turns to you. Reader, the faster turning of the cycle of rites has put a strain on everyone. We have multiple cases of banishment sickness this time. It is fortunate that your other companions are available to conduct the coming rite, because I fear that this group here requires rest. You bid Pamitha a swift recovery as she nods weakly in response. You exchange a look with Bertrude, who seems exhausted after the last rite. As for Tizo, it is clear to you he wishes to be left alone right now. You leave the lone minstrel to look after them, and turn your attention to the stars that remain shining in the dark outside. The star yet shines for you, revealing paths forward. You're not getting that. No, this is not for you. Your next adversaries are to be the Fate, headed by Dalbert Oldheart and his son. They show unyielding respect to a tradition which shows them no such love. Then he shares with you a detail he attained of your next adversaries. Dalbert Oldheart, an adversary who showed you respect and even generosity. Despite his advanced age, he also made for a formidable opponent, he and his son. The so-called Almer the Helpless, ever present at his father's side. He was abandoned as an infant before Dalbert found him and raised him as his own. Dalbert taught his son everything he knew of his cultural heritage. As a descendant of one of the Alpha Chiefs, thought to be the descended from Jomer Manymane himself. However, his more vocal attempts to preserve old Kerr traditions in the Commonwealth often fell on deaf ears or even roused the anger of officials. One day he insisted on celebrating Fang Song, an old Kerr holiday in which a single pack of Kerrs vanquished an entire Imperial brigade, and Jomer's jaws and Jomer's many manes ran red then, the song of the chief. Against the wishes of his family. His family's caution was well founded in this case, and he was taken into custody. As for Almer, as his father was led away, he put up enough of a fight to where he wound up sharing his father's cell, and soon enough, his son. In the downside, their faith brought them in contact with a pack of spiritual Kerrs residing in Jomer Valley. In time, they became acquainted with the rites and helped to revitalize the long-struggling triumvirate known as the Fate. They have since struggled on, at times flirting with freedom, though seldom getting within striking distance. Yet still, they long to find a way to return to their ancestral home and family. Should they succeed in all of this, only one of them would be returned. They must know that by now. Either way, you shall see them again soon. Please rest yourself for now, while the dark night remains. You bid the lone minstrel a good evening. It is too late to take flight, so you make plans to rise at dawn to continue your travels. The Pyre hearts all follow in the path forged by the Under King Oris, those whose many mighty deeds exceed the smallish stature that somehow contained him. His is the most spirited triumvirate. Their courage unfaltering, their hearts full. They live always with vigor, and perhaps they die with it as well. They are the Underking's own kind, as it home above the sea as in it, as at home at sea, above the sea as in it, never ceasing, ever longing as they do for something more. The Underking chose wisely for these qualities and teaches that a life of passion is a life. A life devoid of passion is a life devoid of life itself. That burning passion is the fuel that drives the Pyre heart, and in turn, us all. After having reached the lush garden of Hollowroot, you volunteer to survey the grounds. You prepare to head out. However, your companions beat you to it in this case. Kizo indicates that he and Faye are going to scout the area this time. They depart, leaving you to rest up. When they later return with nothing much to report, you are feeling better and are in the midst of deciding which of your vocations to pursue. You and Pamitha spend some time reviewing the specific aspects of the rites, such as the property of the aura. You sense she gains something from it. I used to soar above the mountains with the high-wing remnants, and we would see the Commonwealth shining down on the horizon. It enraged us, the mere sight of it. I can fly free no longer, yet that anger, I don't feel it anymore. I hadn't thought of it quite that way, darling.
You are nothing, reader. Nothing but a mindless cripple. Your every action is a stain upon the legacy of the 8 scribes. The rites have been a long-held secret to keep out those such as you.
You wake from what little sleep you managed this past night. Once more, the voice tormented you within your dreams. You attempt to rid your memory of it. If the voice is truly that of Archjustice Androbal's the Ninth himself, as Volfred indicated, then none of you are likely to receive too warm a welcome, should you regain freedom. Deep in the windswept fields of the Downside Prairie, you find a messenger imp looking to bring you the latest news and rumors from the other side. This time around, the imp brings tidings of Sir Gilman and what happened to him since his liberation at the Fall of Solium, when at last his self-imposed exile came to an end. He learned that his return to the Commonwealth was met with much rejoicing, and that before long he was promoted to the rank of Veiled Captain on the Bloodboard. And yet, with tears welling in his eye, he did refuse the post, stating he no longer had the heart to fight against the Highwing Revenants as he once did. He then cast down his helmet, and when next anyone saw him, he was among Volfred's agents, having joined the revolution to reshape the Commonwealth from within. You thank the messenger imp for the report and saluted crisply, as surely Gilman would have. Soon the news has everyone in the wagon talking. Noble Gilman made the gallant choice, it seems. Our plan comes closer to fruition through his good example and support. Tizo feels inspired by the news of Gilman's selfless action. One of the Sea Dominion's own laying down his arms by his own choice. I'm honestly surprised even having known him. Do you think that one day I can be as brave as him? Because I don't always think I can. The tears he shed ought to have been bottled, and thus set aside for use of various sons. The news of Gilman's liberation fills you and your exiles with newfound resolve. +1 hope for the next raid. Hey guys, say, are you guys going all the way back there? You know, it's not so bad here. I was thinking I got some pretty good stuff. I think you have to check it out. Or 54 61 thinking. Well, see you guys around. You and the others are busying yourself for the commencement of the rite this evening when you notice Faye behaving strangely, more than usual. Maybe he is here. I mean, I think he has to be somewhere nearby. She notices you then. Oh, I'm sorry, mister. It's just, I think maybe my friend is here? I was hoping to say hi to him before we have to do the ceremony with the star ball. Wait, that's him. That's him. My friend is here. He's here. Just then, your adversaries, the Fate, arrive on the other side of the Bridge of Gold. They make the necessary they begin making necessary preparations. Faye rushes over to them before anyone can stop her, even as the stars begin shining through the darkness.
The widow, Time Singer Horn, Archbeast Sungris, Biolantheus,
Hydrate your bones.
Thank you for the hydrate, Queen. How you doing?
Gandroth, Shax of Six Shoulders, the Tattered Mantle, Unfathomed Plurness, Islak Astralborn,
KY Skelly.
Sylvius Horse-Headed,
Oh, there's my water. Actually, just checking out how he pronounces all these names.
Limbless Erzek, Dolnis the Locket, Rita, I am still very cross with you, you know. To think I saw in you a worthy heir. Not just to the legacy of the Nightwings, but to the future of the Commonwealth. That traitor Volfred. Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises and his dangerous ideas. That, dear reader, would make you a fool. I have no choice but to explain it thus, so even you could understand. Now for this blasted rite. Some of us still have our duties to uphold.
Oh, hello again. Hello. Why, hello indeed, young one. We are the Fate, and once again we hail you and all the Nightwings. Thanks, I was wondering, may I speak to your son? Why, I do not see why not, but let me see here. Ulmer, where are you? Begging your pardon, young one, but my son, he is not always punctual, you see. Hold, I shall go and fetch him. Oh, okay. I mean, my friend, I hope he remembers me. You? Wait, where's father? Father? Oh, hello again. Your father went looking for you. Did you not see him? No, I did not see him. This had best not be some Nightwing's trick, or else I'll... Ah, there you are, Ulmer. Our cordial adversary wishes to salute you up. Oh, that's right. I mean, this is my salute. I'm saluting you. It's nice to see you. And may the scribes watch over you, okay? I want them to watch over us as well, but maybe just this time, or not just this time, but this time and other times, maybe they can watch over all of us, okay? The two of them stand and watch as Faye skips over to rejoin her group. An unusual sort, that one. She is. She is about your age? Father! I'm back. Sorry I'm late. I'm ready now to do my part, however I can.
Go on, then.
Father wants a grandkid.
Tizo. With that out of the way,
Tizo cautions Faye not to be distracted by her adversaries. Not in this or any way. Steel yourself, Almer. Are you prepared to face our adversaries once again? Always, Father. Let us prevail here and now. Let us do so indeed, my son.
Commence. A favorable start. Oh my word.
I just got an achievement. Tizo's done 200 pyre damage. What are you doing, you? Put your blasted mask back on. We're in the middle of our rite. Oh, I know. It's just, I want to say, I think you're very brave is all I think. Because we have encountered many triumvirates by now. I mean, we have the dissidents and the tempers and... What are you talking about? Get to the point. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, my name is Faye. I wanted you to know my name. It's Faye. As I know yours. I see. Then ready yourself, Faye. We shall not hold back.
Such a struggle it must be for poor old Dalbert and his witless son. So much for both of it. Deliverance. Tizo douse them higher. Now end the ceremony. Blasted Nightwings prevailed somehow. Their adversaries must be crying tears of shame. Thus end this night's proceedings.
Wait, I'm sorry, I just want to apologize, I think. Why, young one, you must not say such things. You're of the Nightwings, the most envied of all triumvirates. We aspire to your greatness and your legacy. Father, please, no more of this. They have prevailed. We need not grovel at their feet. Almer, is it? Almer? I just had one question. I just had a question. Ask quickly, then go about your business. Oh, would you be my friend? What? I was wondering if you would be my friend. Because I don't have a lot of friends. And you are brave and gentle with your father. So... Oh, I shall see you in a little while. So. What? The scribes, were they not friends? I think I choose to think they brought us here to be closer together, not to be apart.
There is much to learn from this experience.
Blessed are the scribes whose eternal wisdom shines upon us through the stars and illuminates the path to our salvation. Wait, what did I just say? Why, that was strange, but I feel so invigorated now. Yes.
Forever cursed is Kelma Ropecaller. I eagerly await our next such outing.
There proves little time for rest at the Black Wagon after your fellow exiles prevailed against the fate with great prowess. Those afflicted with banishment sickness appear to be doing better, at least, and express gratitude to Faithful for Tizo for their efforts. Just then the lone minstrel appears before you. No words escape his lips. You can guess full well what he has come to indicate to you, and follow him back out into the darkness. The stars above seem to be few and fading, and yet one still shines to fight. Seek it out. You notice that the lone minstrel is standing there with you regarding the night sky. The gate guardian and I, we have paid witness to the liberation rites upon the fall of Solium for a long time. We have seen so much. And so, I am a bit taken aback is all, to see something which I have never seen. You look upon the stars together for a while, then I wish you good fortune and the wisdom of the scribes on your ascent. The minstrel leaves you there alone under the night. It has grown very late, and you need rest. The black wagon shall have to take flight again come morning. Faye seems very happy about something and has been chatting softly to herself. On closer inspection, however, she seems to be engaged in conversation with the wagon woman. And so after the fight, he said to me, farewell. Can you believe it, little brother? He said that and left. Then he left to go find Mr. Dalbert, who went on ahead. And so I think that maybe we are friends now. Don't you think so too? We have a lot in common, don't we? Friends are supposed to have a lot in common, right? For instance, we're both fighting for those we care about and for those who helped us when we needed it. Is that not so? He is very lucky to have Mr. Dalbert, isn't he? She falls silent for a time, and it cannot be that the 8 scribes intended that all of us just have to fight each other all the time. It just cannot be. So many whom we face, they don't like us very much, do they? Because if we prevail against them, it must mean that they cannot go home, even if they really want to. So that's why they don't like us. Back home, when they told me to stop being me, I didn't like them either. You want to know what I think, little brother? I think the scribes put us all together in all this so we can learn from one another and grow closer together as friends. That is what I think, little brother. And I told them so. And maybe next time I see Elmer and Mr. Dalbert again, they will be happier to see me then. She bounds off, noticing you as she goes. Hi, mister. You sense some burden has been lifted from her, and her knowledge of the rites, however informal it may be, has crystallized into a deeper understanding. She gained one hope permanently. Wish her well. We're at 71%. Something appears different now about the Sacred Mountain west of here. The lands near Emperor's Ascent and Emperor's Fall appear ashen. On the other hand, the once precarious regions below, which you know as the Temple Hyrod and Temple Cistern, seem swept clean by the elements. Volfred observes all this alongside you. It is as though the entire downside is now well aware that soon the cycle of rights shall cease to turn. The weather lately has been very much unusual, to say the least. In this case, however, it appears to have afforded us a bit of a shortcut should we be able to make land. We should be able to make landing closer to the Scribe Gate now. Just as well, I think all of us are feeling rather more on edge these days. A swifter journey to the summit means that we can all conserve our strength before for the coming trial. You arrive once more in the sublime grandeur of Mount Elodial. It appears that Lendell and the accusers have already arrived along the other route. With some time to spare after having landed, you join Pamatha on a brief expedition to the Monument of Molten Milithy. Why bother Pamela with any part of this? They're using you, same as you're using them, you know? But you're not using them, you're not using them, you're not using them. You're there because you want to be. You're there because you want to be. You return to the wagon once she finishes paying her respects. You have occasion once more to pursue your vacation. And she gains 3 glory for the next rite. Let us then discuss the matters which you believe should be of benefit. Gertrude gains a somewhat stronger grasp of how to better pass the celestial orb through the strength of will and trust in one's triumvirate than through dexterity alone. She nods in understanding. It appears to us that thou knowest something of the stars then, after all. Amethyst staring out the window as you approach. I miss flying, reader darling. Take it from me. It feels good as you'd expect. It's not enough for those Commonwealth brutes to cast us down here. If they can get their fingers on us, they make sure we never fly again as we once did. All while calling it an act of mercy. Let me ask you something. You've learned a thing or two. What have your studies taught you, Micah? Amethyst wishes to know what you've learned. Harps, you know, violence they've caused. The harps of the Highwing remnants have despoiled the Commonwealth for an entire age. You know that they have suffered. The long-held enmity between the harps and the Commonwealth has led the winged race to ruin. You know you share a common ancestor. It is said that when some of the ancient harps relinquished their wings, the conflict began. You know little of her kind. Commonwealth rumors and folk tales are to be taken with a healthy dose of skepticism. You admit to having little knowledge of the harps or the Highwing remnants other than your limited experience and Commonwealth hearsay. Oh, come now, there's no need to be so modest. Surely you've heard much of the terrors that we've caused, that we slew and ate all of our males and the like. Here, I was hoping you'd indulge me just a bit. My kind certainly aren't known for their good sense of humor. I can tell you that. My little tongue got me into no small amount of difficulty till I learned to keep it well under control. The mountains I come from, the views there certainly are something, but there's a bleakness to it, too. Being surrounded only by those consumed by their desire to avenge. We're very proud like that. Everybody vying to be the strongest, to kill the most of you. That way we might just get a shot with the prince. Your understanding is that the males of the harp are all gone, though perhaps one remains. They mate as poisonous spiders do and would slay each other in their sleep. Wow. Dude's racist. Continue the line, if he even exists. Imagine that being the best case scenario, darling. She shakes her head. Anyway, I was just thinking I'd rather enjoy the traveling we've done. The change of scenery does me some good. Perhaps I'll stick to wandering after all this. In fact, I have a fancy for some wandering right now, if you'll excuse me. She heads out of the wagon into the sublime grandeur of Mount Elodial.
Harpy legs for Necro.
Harpy legs for Necro. Again, you stand before Scribe's Gate, where the gate guardian regards you, all above an archway carved from the stone. Ew, bot. The exiles of the Night Wings, you must know by now that once the stars no longer shine, the rites shall cease. For now, step forward. Except for you, Tarek. You stay right there. Greetings, Celeste. The Night Wings are prepared. And as for me, you shall not blaspheme under the gate again. Do we understand each other, Tarek? Hi, Celeste. I apologize for my behavior before. I shall adhere more strictly to my duties. Be sure of it. Now each of you, come forth. Please state your names and what is it that you seek whilst crossing the scribe's gate. One by one, your companions cross the gate until it is your time to do so, and you follow them in turn. The gate guardian regards you all and waves you through toward the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with Flora. Am I free to accompany them, Celeste, or shall I remain here? She looks at him a while. You are free to accompany them, cleric. As you will, Celeste, until we meet upon the summit then. Oh, it's you guys. Come on in, I guess. You got here right on time, because I was just thinking maybe I would close a little early here, you know? Business has been real good. And everything it's been a little slow in spots, a little slow is all. So I was thinking maybe I should do a sale. What would you say to that? Yes, do a sale. He suggests the Falcon Run that a sale might be a good idea to liven. Well, I guess maybe that's a way to look up things. And so then I think I'm gonna think about it. Stew on it a while, but no promises, okay? So are you buying something here or what? Guys didn't see nothing, huh? Once more, the time has come for the liberation rite, where one among you can go free if you prevail. Freedom is likewise at stake for your adversaries, the accusers. As your companions gather under the fall, awaiting the commencement of the vital rite, the minstrel finds you and regards you in his calm fashion. Night is falling. These moments prior to each commencement, I must admit, they give me pause, knowing so much is at stake during the trial that is to come. Tell me something, would you, reader? To ease the waiting for us both. I have traveled far and wide, even beyond these lands. However, the Commonwealth, I know only through word and song. I sometimes think on what life would be like here. If you were not ensnared within this place and free to roam your country, what would you have done with all your days and years, rather than striving here under the stars? Maybe you would have tended a land. Maybe you would have sailed across the sea. Maybe you would have retired to the outskirts. Maybe you would have fought for freedom. Perhaps it was inevitable that you were to be cast in exile. You cannot abide the state of things within the Commonwealth. There is so much needing to be changed there. It seems then that you would face a greater challenge there than even here. Your Commonwealth, it sounds to be a country rather set upon its ways. Of course, that is the nature of ambition and the plan of which you are a part. May your actions here help bring about the future you desired on the other side. Just then the lone minstrel looks forward, and you see that it is time. The stars above, though faint, begin to burn. The burden of the question of who most deserved the freedom is about to weigh upon once again.
The stars that yet remain aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine. 'Tis my sincerest hope
I didn't
your
notice they were
adversaries
standing on
in this
those.
liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the accusers quickly quench those flames of yours. Let us get on with the proceedings then.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the accusers, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have to your adversaries, the Nightwings. Poised as ever, Lendel steps forward and reaches for his mouth. I was branded Lendel the Liar. Once I reclaim my liberty, that name shall be forgotten, and my rightful station in the Commonwealth shall be restored. Nightwings, you may have prevailed against me when last we met here upon this sacred site, but the many years since then have taught me much. I shall not fail again. Yet you still hold much resentment for your adversaries. That's not so, though. Resentment is too kind a word for it. They are cheaters, one and all, unfairly favored by those scribes, while those such as myself struggle endlessly for such a chance. Now, come, my accusers, let us vanquish those undeserving oafs, and prove now to the scribes that they were fools to favor the likes of them. He dons his mask once more. I am ready. On whose behalf shall you conduct? I trust you're prepared to play the hymns with me, Tarek. Always, Celeste.
Whom do you endeavor to return?
So I'm to get my shot at all this then. How very thoughtful of you, reader darling.
Who shall lend her support? Faye.
The scribes are watching over us, especially you, Miss Pamitha. Tizo is determined to help the Nightwings prevail in the liberation.
It is done.
Come then, Nightwings, and look upon me one last time, for by dawn I shall be free, while you all wallow in the terrible defeat we have in store for you.
Commence.
You, imp. He singles out Tizo from across the sacred grounds. The indignity which you have wrought upon me all these long years, tonight it shall be washed away as I return unto my post. At last I return unto my post. Long had I toiled in this abominable place, only for you, pathetic wretch that you are, you, of all things, to thwart me and my accusers in our moment of triumph. It was a small consolation knowing that the Nightwings fell apart soon after, a misfortune which you doubtless wrought yourself. As for we have clawed our way back to this mountaintop, you sniveling, loathsome little beast, and this time things are going to transpire in a very different manner. Just you watch. But Tizo just stares right back at him, betraying no emotion, but then he claws at his mask. Certain imp expressions resist translation. Suffice it, Tizo does not hold Lendel in high esteem. It seems Tizo does not hold Lendel's mother in high esteem either. He then dons his mask once more. Oh, Tizo. Ah, why you? How dare you raise your weakling voice at me, you blasted Nightwings. We would that we could all go free, that I might have you all arrested and then sentenced once again. Now get out of my way. Now, accusers, grant me your auras and your anger, that we may finally secure our rightful victory against these demons whom we face. He is channeling the auras of his triumvirate, and their strength combines with his. This must be the Aura Game, secret technique developed by the accusers to ensure their victory and liberation. Oi!
Resplendent.
Okay, should just be one last time.
Now end the ceremony. Banishment. And there it is, at last. The Night Wings
Okay.
proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Night Wings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Blast you, Nightwings, again you cheated me. Have you no pride in this at all in this tradition? So, what am I supposed to give a speech or something then? Reader darling, all of you, look, I've no idea why, I've no idea still why you picked me. Well, I do have one, but I don't think it's right. And if you'd wanted to get rid of me by now, you needn't have gone to such lengths. And so, I'm only left to conclude that you did this for me. The years I spent down here, in one sense, they've all been such a waste, just utterly for nothing. Spectacularly so. I thought that my relationship with Tamitha had nowhere left to go but up, but, well, you know, not quite the case. But then, I think on what would have become of me had I made no attempt to set things right, had I not done everything I have. I could not have lived with that, I think. So certain that my life would end, I was so certain that my life would end down here. I'm only now beginning to consider that the opposite may have come true instead. What I'm trying to say is, thanks to all of you. I mean, now that I guess I'd better head on back to that damned Commonwealth, so bottoms up. She plunges into the water of the shimmer pool and disappears from view, though her voice still rings out. We'll have to see what we can do up there, provided that my sisters haven't had their way with it just yet. Anyway, let's find a way to keep in touch, but just in case, goodbye.
Godspeed, Tamitha Thane. Perhaps the scribes are watching even now. Watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close.
Fate cannot rise in rank. Tizo cannot rise. Back. Interact or press. Yeah.
Now take your execrable companions someplace else.
You do not need a pair of wings. You prevailed in the liberation against accusers. Already does the Black Wagon feel quieter than usual without Tamitha, who returned to the Commonwealth. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. I think I learned so much from her, didn't I? Tizo is trying to console Faye with an imp-soothing song. You wonder who, if anyone among you, shall be the next to go. Our plan approaches a key turning point. Let us ensure it comes to fruition. Not only for ourselves here, but for our companions and our loved ones in the Commonwealth. But we have little time now for reflection into this. Look yonder, reader. The stars demand we go already. Let us help them usher in the end of all this. You turn your attention to the glimmer of the stars. Their current rate of disappearance suggests another liberation rite shall be coming very soon. Oops. Find your way among them. Triesta, Jamur, Milithi. Why are Withdrawn and Chastity at the top? Ugh. Might be one last break, but we're more than likely finishing the game today, so. Okay. Now the stars bid you return to the nest of Trieste, where you shall stand against the dissidents once again. Your adversary, Barker Ashpaws, likely knows the cycle of the rites is drawing to a close. His last remaining chance to earn favor of the scribes and then regain his freedom likely hinges on the outcome of this next rite. The cycle of the rites is soon to end. The exiles of the downside striving to be free. Your adversaries, your companions, and even yourself are running out of time. After the liberation of Pamatha, you find the little minstrel back in the wagon, looking as though no such thing had just occurred this night. You think you see him tilt his head as you approach. Some words of congratulations are in order for this evening, I should think, reader. And so, congratulations on prevailing the liberation rite. Surely Pamatha shall be most grateful, and her safe return unto your commonwealth ought to benefit the plan which you now all play a part. As for your adversaries of the accusers, this must have been a bitter loss for them in Lindell, although they must have known their chance was far from certain. Thus shall we all await the next turn of the cycle of the rites. Celeste and I are to return to our respective duties for the time, as now Scribe's Gate is sealed. I await when next we shall all meet. When next you may yet live up to the glory of the Nightwings in the eyes of the 8 scribes, which he had shined down on us. He trails off, then nods to you in his cordial manner, and bids you a good rest of the day. When the accusers formed under Golathanian, he is a big man. The accusers formed under Golathanian. He is a big man. He values justice, loyalty, steadfastness. Golathanian says that the accusers take their name from one of his most accomplished legions, from his former military days. All among them, in fact, served the Master General at one time. They represent the stoutest-hearted people of the Empire, who held true to Myrrh and Golathanian to the end. The golden colors of their raiments are reminiscent of their old shining armor. The golden colors of their raiments are reminiscent of the old shining armor, is his claim. Ever shall they seek out those with truest spirits and the strongest sense of purpose to replenish their ranks. This book cannot accompany you if you should earn your freedom. It is to remain here for your successors, for it is bound together inextricably with us. There is no sorcery, however, to prohibit you from spreading forth its teachings. We charge you to go forth and share what you have learned along your path. Reveal not the rites themselves, nor the existence of this book. Transcend its bounded limitations, for it cannot be transcribed. Any such attempts shall fail. Beware of those who would dare to read it on the other side. Under their guise of seeking wisdom may yet lurk a much darker desire to undo that which we strive to do. At dawn, your companions are prepared to depart. Everyone is silent. Your travels are to take you back to the nest of Trieste. But soon after, the stars shall draw you here again. Rummage with Tizo. The little imp Tizo's keen senses for things now takes you far into the monolithic stonework of the High Wing Cove. Keeping up with him proves difficult at times. All of a sudden, he begins to hop and screech. Tizo wants you to help him dig up something right under his feet. You begin to dig in the vicinity and soon uncover something long since buried, perhaps for someone such as you to find. If banished while possessing the orb, the bear has a chance to automatically pass it 75%. Hey guys, can't help but wondering what happened to that number with the wings. You know, the one, I guess she's kind of pretty maybe, I suppose. She's still around by any chance? Because, well anyways. Did you have a crush, dude? No, too bad. Forged findings and stuff. There's a simple pleasure to be found in foraging about this place, easy for a cur to say, of course. Though barren looking to the naked eye, the downside has its share of semi-hidden treasures waiting to be found. It was a nose for treasure, after all, which drew us here. Certain types of artifacts found in this place would fetch a reasonable sum in soul, whether because they shine with inner light or due to other special properties. I have observed that stardust, freshly fallen from the heavens, sometimes glimmers in the afternoons. I have not found a use for it as yet, although because it brings me faith, perhaps I have indeed. There are natives in this land with some capacity for thought and oddly keen instinct for the mercantile. Suspicious creatures, but not disagreeable entirely. From time to time, we make exchange with them. They lust for coins for the imperial soul, though why, they do not say. We speculate it is a delicacy, it serves us little purpose here, whilst their slug market's wares are sometimes valuable. The creatures appear drawn to places where the heavens shine the brightest, perhaps because they know we are as well. What they want exactly is unclear. We taught them of our lands, yet they remain preoccupied with simpler things. By now, having to make preparations for the rites has become second nature to your companions. They go about the process efficiently, and this time, in almost total silence. You cannot shake the sense that the routine shall not go on much longer. Wilfred approaches and confirms to you that the Nightwing sigil is set. Everyone has their books and raiments, and the grounds are ready. Everything should be in order. This long ordeal of ours, one way or another, it shall soon be ended. The coming days are going to be difficult. No matter what should happen from this point, I am grateful to have had you by our side in all of this. It is strange to put it this way, but I feel very fortunate. You and Wilfred stand together in silence for a time, looking for the stars above to show some indication that the rite is to commence. It is taking too long. Concern begins to well up in you, but then... when two opposing exiles draw close... Oops.
It seems the stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending. Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free. Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
The pyres on each side are burning bright. From across the field, you observe the leader of the dissidents approach and remove his mask. Well, now it's time we went another round then, is it, mates? Don't know how many more of these we got in us these days. So how about we make this one a real kicker, eh? Come on then, Nightwings, do your worst. I want to see you try to do some proper damage here.
Choose now your band of traitors.
So,
Tizo.
pull that off with you. This one.
Wilfred.
Gotta stop.
Give you that one.
Bertrude. Predictably simply decided.
Our adversaries of the dissidents. If this is to be our final confrontation against them, then let us show them our true power here. All right then, mates. You ready? You ready? Let's make those blasted stars up there go wet themselves after we're through here, eh?
Now begin. The Night Wings are the first to strike. Now. Such wherewithal.
Boy, not bad, I gotta say. You keep at it, Barker boy. Just like if dear old mum were here, you just keep at it now, you understand? No pressure now, no pressure, eh? Alright, mates, time to get real angry now and show them what for. Come on, let's boil some blood, eh?
A bit of a blunder. If I were that one, I'd be rather angry. Tizo doused their pyre. No more than a lick of flame remains. And it is done. Fine, yes, you prevailed again. May their next adversaries fare a little better. The right is ended.
Tizo is pleased to have prevailed, though he wishes that the dissidents find their peace. Well done, Nightwings. As for the dissidents, though they fought us fiercely many times, I doubt it shall be enough. May they find mercy in this land. Ye dissidents, ye conducted here with such fury and such desperation that we must commend ye for it, despite the outcome which hath favored us. Can feel me blood still boiling after that. Would rather snuff to that flame of yours, but hey, be seeing you around these parts. Come on, mates, let's get at it.
The rites do tend to teach something of trust. Begone now from my sight.
Inside the wagon, after thwarting the dissidents, Fulfrid is discussing aspects of the outcome with the others when Lone Minstrel seeks you out. Pardon the interruption, reader, though I need to ask a moment of your time while the night is clear enough for you to see. Please, come have a look outside. Perhaps the news of your next destination may further stir the hearts of your companion. Among what stars yet remain shining in the night, one of them now burns bright as you have ever seen. Oh, already? So we were just doomed to be facing off against them. Okay. I guess if we had allowed them into the Liberation Rite earlier in the run, we could have avoided having to try and, like, pile them down, but... No. The cycle returns even more quickly now, until such time as it shall shudder to a halt. He makes a sound then, almost like a laugh. I forgot myself, reader. I should not say such things. The scribes, they would say that one ought to focus on the path. When we set forth to walk a long and labored path, it can be all too much. If we stand back and look upon it as a whole, we may well decide to turn around. But if we begin to walk whilst casting down our gaze, whilst resisting the urge to look too far ahead, we may make steady, careful progress. Soon enough, we may arrive where we endeavored. The minstrel bids you a good evening. You had best retire for the night, for when the first daylight comes, it shall be time again to take to the skies. Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. False Nightwings. Orlek calls down all of you from atop his wagon. Again, you seek to climb that cursed mountain beneath us. Again, you seek to take my rightful place. I should send you crashing down to it, that you might fall, as I have. He stares down at all of you, but I shall not. Rather, we shall meet upon the summit, ere the last cycle of the rites is ended. Until then. You make landing on the sacred Mount Elodium after your encounter with Orlek. Orlek spoke the truth. He has the right to gain the summit. When the time comes, Celeste shall deem him worthy and let him pass. While he has transgressed against the rites, he has also already been anointed and prevailed. Nothing is written in the book on this, and liberty ought already be his. For the time, it seems that he has not yet traveled to the summit. Perhaps he is still making preparations with his fellow exile. When exactly Orlek intends to make good on his promise, he did not make clear. For now, you are to confront Mildy and the Withdrawn upon the summit. But first, you may prepare. Let's Vids, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? You're up to Pyre as well? Nice, nice. Raiders, welcome in. If you need to do anything, please see to your needs first and foremost, or it's all for fun. You're under no obligation to hang out, though it is appreciated if you want to sit around and chat with us. I'm Necrometer, variety streamer here on Twitch, who also streams for charity, for Extra Life specifically. We, as you can see down below, we are currently at $430. We just unlocked a coming from some multiplayer Pyre. All right, hope you had fun. We just hit one of our milestones, so I'll be reading some stories in a couple of weeks here, probably the 26th or 27th. And then if we can hit 500, so just $70 away, I'll be playing Phasmophobia in VR for an entire stream. How did the multiplayer Pyre go? When exactly, Orla? First, you must prepare. Later that afternoon, you accompany Faye through the great heights of the Temple High Road to the monument of Luce Glorian. O scribes, if it truly is your will that the cycle of rites shall soon be ended, then I look forward to its glorious conclusion. May the worthiest among us reap your generous blessings, and may we all, who are so fortunate to be part of your traditions, bear you in our hearts forever. You return to the wagon after she is finished paying her respects. The summit awaits, but first, there is time to continue practicing your vocations. 2 presents, nice. Fun, nice matches, excellent. You and Volfred go over his understanding of his aura and its connection to his presence, both physical and spiritual. Then the discussion proves informative. He did not level, however. I always try to bear in mind that together our auras grow even stronger. A messenger imp somehow tracks you down in the narrow passageways of Mount Elodiel and delivers to you recent news from the other side. Specifically, the imp shares details regarding Pamitha and what has become of her since she was liberated at the fall of Solium. She found herself back in the homeland of her enemies, where despite her connection to the Highwing remnants, her past transgressions were forgiven. In fact, she was asked to join the military council given her unique background, yet she refused to cooperate and instead demanded to be reunited with her sister Tamitha. But when they threatened her with resentencing to exile and insisted that she take the opportunity, Pamitha said at last that she would think it over and return with her decision soon. Next, she was seen, however, among Volfred's sons and daughters of the Revolution, where it is said that she has attached her loyalty, at least for the time. You thank the imp for bringing you this news, which soon gets your companions talking. I hold to hope that both the Thane sisters one day soon shall join together as part of our good cause. The two of them can help lead us towards a brighter future. Giza wishes for Pamitha to find her way and her sister in the Commonwealth. We suspect the ancient enmity between the winged and the flightless shall not be soon resolved if ever. I am not a fan of Pyre. I don't feel like it's a bad game. I just don't care for the actual gameplay of the rights. I like the story and I like how there can be a bit of variation to everything. But yeah, no, I honestly, if this was just a visual novel, I'd be a lot happier for it to a certain degree. I wonder where her sisters are. Wonder where her sister is right now. I'm sure she cares for Pamitha. I'm sure of it. In spite of some mixed feelings, news of Pamitha's liberation fills you and your fellows with resolve. You are returned once more to Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian awaits under the night sky. The exiles of the Nightwings and you, Tarek. This is to be our one of our final meetings. Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared, and afterwards, I would have words with you in private, if you please. It seems to me rather late for words now, Tarek, but I shall hear them once your charges cross the gate. Now, all of you, come forth. Please state your names and what it is you seek whilst crossing the Scribe's Gate. Once more, your companions cross the gate, one after another, and once more, you follow them in turn. Celeste regards you all, then waves you through towards. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. And Tarek. Alright, Celeste. You may rejoin the others in a while. For now, I would hear those words of yours. Certainly, Celeste. Everyone, I shall see you shortly. Oh, hey guys, it's gotten real cold again up here. But it's worth it, let me tell you. Got lots of customers been stopping by. Okay, I may have been exaggerating. Since I've been waiting here a little while, guy. I guess, but are you buying anything? Maybe, maybe not. No, probably not. I have what I want. Here, have this. I don't need this. I'm not. Yeah. I bought all those because I thought I was going to need them. I don't. You guys sometime soon, maybe, okay? Because I got to say, you're my favorite customers I had all week. Month's celebration, right? The time has come again to deliver one of your fellow exiles to a homecoming in the Commonwealth, lest your adversaries, the withdrawn, achieve the same instead. The lone minstrel has returned and approaches as you await the signal from the stars. There's something that I wish to ask you, reader. Something which ordinarily would not be my place to discuss in any detail. You have observed the stars. If you would not mind my asking you in such a direct manner, how many liberation rights are you supposing yet to remain? Have you deduced how many liberation rights are still to come? Perhaps the little minstrel asks a leading question to break news that it is to be your final stand. The rate at which the stars are vanishing and the cycle is hastening leads you to only one conclusion. The stars, future liberation rights be damned. What matters is what happens here and now. You tell him the only logical deduction which you have been able to make based on all of your readings of the stars of late. That there shall be one final liberation right after tonight. I concur with your evaluation, reader, sir. I wished to make certain that you were aware so that you and the Nightwings may yet make the most of your remaining time together thus. As to what shall happen once the final liberation rite is ended, we shall both find out. But lo, it seems that we are called upon once more.
ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still. I would not sing your praises to them, rest assured. I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
The pyres burn and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur, the pyres burn and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed of the withdrawn, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. The bog dweller Mildy appears from the shadows and reaches for her mask. We are known to be the witch Udmildy. Our adversaries are nothing. They are nothing to us, or the one we serve. Ye shall all be devoured in the coming age of strife, wrought down by the fell wings and many seeing eyes, Islak the Astralborn. You speak blasphemy upon this sacred site, Udmildy. If you value your liberty, then I suggest you cease your mockings of the scribes. The scribes, they failed to stop Islak. He shall rise again. As for ye Nightwings, ye are of no consequence to Islak's grave inside. She dons her mask once more. Soon shall we return unto the land which Islak shall usurp, where we shall offer him our blood and that of many, many others. Oh boy. Nightwings, your choice. In whose name shall you conduct this liberation rite? I wish you the wisdom of the scribes in making your choice, Peter. I wish you to come prepare our song with me, Tarek.
Whom shall you attempt to send home this time?
Tizo seems stunned by your decision, though is very grateful to you for it all the same.
Who shall strive for him? Volfred.
Let us prevail on this night for you, Tizo, and for the good of our ailing nation.
Faye.
Oh, so, this is so important, isn't it, that we prevail here?
The choice is cast.
Soon, Islak, very soon we shall release thee. We shall release thee. And as for ye, Nightwings, we have much in store for ye.
Commence.
That fucker. Islak, we invoke thee, for we seek thy ancient strength. Befell our enemies within thy blood. Damnation to the Nightwings, damnation to the scribes. The invocation of Islak, your adversary, which Unmildy's curse, shall summon forth the dark pools of banishing Ichor. Wheresoever any exile is banished here this Woo!
The blasted Nightwings proved their worth. An outcome which left little room for doubt. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free. Absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Know that this affront against Islak has been recorded, and his vengeance shall darken the skies. Oh, Zach. What's up, buddy? Yeah. Oh, asleep, kitty. Tizo is stunned by what transpired, and by what he thinks is about to happen. He looks around as the reality of what transpired sinks in. He realizes now that this is goodbye, at least for the time. He struggles to express the gratitude he feels at having served the Nightwings these many years. He also does not know what to expect from the Commonwealth and whether he will be accepted. Nevertheless, he vows that he will keep doing his part to the benefit of Wilfred's plan. With that, he splashes into the Shimmer Pool and is gone from view. You hear him chirping one last time. Tizo wishes for the best for each of you and asks that you remember him.
Godspeed, Tizo. The cycle of the rites is nearly at an end.
It is possible our plan shall not succeed. We're at an 80% chance, though. I shall not succeed despite our fiercest efforts here and in the Commonwealth. But I know for certain that our efforts shall not be. We learn and strive together. We prevail or we fail together. On this path we share, it has been and shall continue to be my greatest honor. You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the withdrawn with in the liberation rite. Excellently done, Nightwings. You think Tizo is already home? You succeeded in liberating Tizo, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. The last light of the stars still shines for us. Above, at this point, this is what is to become of our plan. 84% chance. What is to become of our plan needn't be the subject of our speculation. I trust we'll learn the outcome soon enough. Our actions at this point shall pave the way, perhaps our faith as well. So let's, for now, focus on this. We stand upon the brink of the last turn of the cycle of the rites. Soon we shall have a final chance to get one of you home. Now, reader, up for a little stargazing? Let's see where in the downside we shall be returning to these final rites. Probably, if I had to guess, rope puller, whatever. You turn back toward the darkness and look upon the last few stars too stubborn to relinquish their light. Just those three, huh? Okay. Once more you are to face the essence then. Although I wonder. He hesitates before saying anything further. You cannot sense his thoughts. I apologize, I was lost in thought there for a moment. Let us make way for the Ridge of Gold. And when everyone is feeling more refreshed, as much as possible. In spite of the late hour, you find Faye minding her own business in the wagon and talking to herself, or rather the wagon walls. But most of all, I think I'm going to miss his little chirping sounds. He woke me up with them sometimes. He kept waking me up. He sure was a good friend to both of us, right, little brother? Why, you knew him even better than I did. Much better, actually. So you really must miss him, too. She spreads her arms against the wall. I understand. I do. Hey, Unbroken Memory, how you doing? Those drive-ins up there, they seem very sad about this too. Or maybe some are happy. I don't know. More food for them to share. They liked food. Tiza sure liked food. I wonder if he'll like the food at home. It's very different, right? And so maybe he won't? But he eats almost anything. Oh, this must be so exciting for him. And I know the scribes, they shall be watching over him still. I think maybe they love him best of all. I can't wait to hear what he thinks of it all. And I think for sure that he will help with Mr. Sandalwood's big plan. That's the great thing about Tizo, little brother. No matter where he goes, he always helps. He always helps. She bounded off without acknowledging your presence in the least. You sense that she has found some peace despite now being separated from her little friend Tizo. You hope by now that he has found safe passage and calm. Reader, though you shall always bear a burden, it is much lighter than the burden of a lonesome exile. Go forth and become free. Then join with others such as you, and lead with mercy, continuing to demonstrate your worth, and knowing that the Empire's fall formed the foundation of our Commonwealth. You shall cease to be a reader and become a voice both to the free and to your successors here, who shall take up this book when you no longer need it. The cycle of the rights shall see to it that you and others like you shall be liberated ere the coming of another age. May the stars shine ever brightly on us all. It is daybreak. You are to set forth for the Ridge of Gold, for what appears to be the final time. Thereafter, you shall return here for one last exile's final chance of liberty. And we're facing off against the true Nightwings in that one, I believe. He made a promise. It only makes sense. You can hear the angry hissing coming from Udmildy all the way from your position. Ye think mayhaps the skies belong to ye. Foolish. The skies and everything above them and below belong to the Astroborn. Ye shall be smitten from his skies on his awakening. Now be gone. Okay. I forgot I could sprint. How dare you, Nightwing scum! You blasted fools, you cannot intimidate the accusers. We shall face you soon enough in a forthcoming right, but first, we have another pack of fools whom we must vanquish shortly. Until then, stay out of our way. Pursue vocations, find something up. You and Bertrand spend much of the day searching through the weeping plains of the Hollow-Root until at last, yonder lies an object of some use to us. You approach Bertrude just as she has finished polishing the various bottles, flasks, and vials that your fellow exiled have collected during your travels through the downside. The evidence of thy travails, how brazenly you put them on display. You tempt these lands to swallow you. She lets out a long breath. Nonetheless, these trinkets stir our memories, not merely of these lands, but of the country whence we came. Know, reading one, that we are here because of Sandalwood. We met him long ago within the southern bogs. He offered many courtesies, and in exchange we found agreeable. We sought then certain reagents necessary to our studies of the heavens and earth. And he knew where to procure them. In exchange, we were to boil for him our finest things. A certain recipe notorious yet secret. Its stain could never be removed. Oh, but the Commonwealth misliked it. 'Twas then we first began collecting samples of the regions of the downside, for Sandalwood was ever true to his word. Long had we studied this accursed place. Black Basin, the chaos of the deathless tempest, the richness of the bogs of flagging hands, lands so far away, and yet they called to us. If Molten Milithy was able to traverse the downside in its entirety an age ago, then surely 'twas not beyond reckoning that we could do the same. Furthermore, but she hesitates. It matters not, reading. Thou hast indulged our tale long enough for now. She slithers away without further explanation. She seems reluctant to discuss the circumstances of her past with Wolfred, yet you sense that she is here by choice. After making all the necessary preparations amid the rolling hills of the Ridge of Gold, you and your companions await the commencement of the rites. It is quieter even than usual at the onset of such events. A low minstrel appears bearing some sort of news. I've checked, and it appears as though the essence have not yet arrived either, sir. There's no sign of Tamitha or anyone. Their sigil is not sent either. If what he says is true and your adversaries are not present, then you presume the rite cannot commence. However, the stars themselves soon indicate you are mistaken.
The Commonwealth, your home. Today it is aflame. Much like a stack of books. Aflame because of you. Because of your outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means, keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
The rite is set to commence, but your adversaries, they have failed to show. Unfortunate, but understandable. They knew they would never make it to another liberation rite. I cannot blame them for not wanting to participate just for the sake of it. Indeed, as the rites are drawing to a close, some of the triumvirates who you've met, perhaps they are beginning to decide the stars are not worth heeding any longer. Tamitha, you wonder whether she would give up on the rites like that. Her fixation on the Commonwealth seemed not easily dissuaded, though perhaps she decided to pursue revenge some other way. In any case, we have begun the ceremony here, and so I ask that we end it.
Choose quickly your triumvirate. Faye,
Terias?
Wolfred, Bertrude. It is done.
We take no pleasure from snuffing out a flame disowned.
Lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you. And it is done. The Nightwings prevail by default. Not that their adversaries even care.
By the scribes, is this truly what they wanted?
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes. Now go and wallow in the downside for a while.
No one speaks further of the essence back at the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the rite that is to come. Is it true then? This is going to be our last chance to go home? I'm afraid so. Our plan is an imperfect one, yet here we are, faced with this vital opportunity. He looks over to you. Reader, my boy, please go see for yourself. I think we all know where we are headed next, and I suspect I know whom we shall face when we arrive. The others turn to you as well. You turn toward the wagon door. You know what you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. The dim invading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention, guiding you toward the end point of your path. You are summoned to the Fall of Solium for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of rites end for an age. You sense that if the rites shall ever commence again, it shall not be during your lifetime or that of any of your companions, even the longest lived ones. The star has revealed to you one thing more. The adversary whom you shall face shall be Orlek. Already he has crossed the scribe's gate and awaits your arrival. If the 8 scribes created Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves. Orlek, curse this damnable cycle, that it must pit us against him in this, our final chance. Let us retire for the night. We shall not have any chances more for rest before our journey's end. The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Elodial to make final effort to achieve your plan and get somebody home. But, ooh.
Foolish reader, your so-called friends, you are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you. You shall never have your freedom.
By dawn, you are already up and about. After a troubled slumber, the Black Wagon is prepared for the final voyage to the Fall of Solium. No one speaks. As you lift into the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood. Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now. I think it may befit the circumstances. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind it very much if I were to play this song for the Nightwing? A song for the lone minstrel may help lift the spirits of your companions at this vital time. You urge the minstrel to play his ballad so that all among you might hear it. He begins without another word.
When the stars align, the rites shall come to bear, illuminate the sign.
Hey Loopy, how you doing?
The exiles shall
Also, Unbroken, sorry, I just saw this. You're hungover, dude?
all are not the same, but 3 shall be as one. Freedom in flame, the end has just begun. Strength may break alone, but twisted may
I think his name is Darian Korb. Such an amazing composer and performer.
shall be made. The journey shall be.
You touch down amid the quiet solitude of Mount Elodiel to make pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. There, one last liberation rite shall soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her
Good.
freedom.
Have a super crazy week coming up, but if we can get through it, then it's coast in time.
Hell yeah. All others shall remain to carry out their sentences here in the downside for the remainder of their lives. And in the Commonwealth, the plan of which you are all a part shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. After having landed, you joined Bertrude on an expedition to the monument of Jomur, Menime, for what is likely to be the final time. We beseech ye, ancient gods of the last age, and we invoke thine aid. We have traveled far to gain this summit many times and stood steadfast in with our compatriots who seek to leave this place. We now offer ye our services eternally, if ye would grant us such a boon as to ensure our triumph in the coming. Long would we serve ye, ancient gods, should ye accept our offer here and now. Soon she is finished. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Jomur Menime has shown you favor. At dawn, you shall begin your last descent. For now, your vocations may occupy what little time you spare. We're going to mentor Bertrude because she's the last one who needs to hit next level, and I would like to have that just in case. Long have we sought to fathom all the darkest secrets hidden by the light of the stars. Now at last the stars themselves revoke their station in the night, and we have finally achieved an inkling of this. Perhaps not all the wisdom of the scribes lies buried in that tome of thine. You notice Bertrude studying the Beyonder crystal. She sets it down as you approach. The mouthy wraith rebuketh our attempt to summon her. She insisteth that we are too young to understand. She must be referring to Sandra. It seems that Bertrude may be able to invoke her. Stubborn, that one. Possessing of an ancient understanding, olden ways and olden times. Many centuries of history, knowledge of the 8 scribes themselves held captive there, within that green-tinged stone, within that wraith-sown memories. Would that we could extract them in some way. Perhaps thou couldst induce the wraith's obedience, O reading one. For she heedeth not. She claimeth obligations unto only thee. Although, she stops and thinks very carefully. The Beyonder crystal is not to be tampered with. Your fellow exiles know that its uses is at your sole discretion. She backs away from you, still thinking to herself. Ignore our inquiries about this reading. Our reasoning has taken us elsewhere. Her refusal to cooperate is like to be an ancient warning of some sort. 'Tis possible that others of the southern bogs know something of her, but we shall not be tampering further with such sorceries ourselves. That the wraith refuseth to cooperate suggesteth that her predicament is suitably deserved. She heads out in a huff, but just as the air grows still and quiet, you sense something from the Beyonder crystal. Mouthy wraith, she says, can you believe it, reader? Ah, to be so young and foolish again. Sandra the Unseeing laughs to herself. Your proximity to the Beyonder crystal must have been sufficient to invoke her in this case. That crone of yours is far too curious, I think, but it appears that even she has learned her lesson in this case. Thank the stars I am beholden to know more than one among you Nightwings at a time, and thank the stars that happens to be you rather than her. And if that crone attempts to lay her fingers on my Beyonder crystal again, I shall just have to torment her dreams till she's my age. Do feel free to mention that if it comes up. Now, farewell. You know where to find me, lovely reader. Seems Sandra has proved resistant to Bertrude tampering. If so much history is trapped within the Beyonder crystal, there it shall remain for the foreseeable future.
Norm Casteja. Jare Agitensa.
This is the last right. A messenger imp with news and rumors from the other side manages to track down your wagon in solemn beauty of Mount Below. The imp's latest information is about none other than Tizo, who you liberated at the fall of Solium. Everybody says he is the first creature of his kind to come to the Commonwealth. While this unique status brought Tizo no shortage of prestige, he nonetheless experienced difficulty acclimating to the new environment. It seems that he grew quite despondent. Then at last he managed to track down Volfred's agents, with whom he is working to find a means to bring more exiles home. Thus has the revolution grown stronger. He also left for you a special verbal message via his most trusted messenger, who rears up and intones Scree Hume. Tizo wants you to know he is doing well, but misses you and hopes to see you again. You thank the messenger imp for the report and ask that it relay your kind regards. Your companions soon begin to talk in turn. I'm so happy for him. I wish I could have a friend like him when I was there. You did it, little one. You'd scarce believe how Longar Tizo toiled here in service of the Nightwings. He deserves his peace more than us all. Very, very bright, that one. Would have served Will as our familiar. Perhaps someday yet it shall be so. I shall look forward to our next reunion, Tizo. Perhaps when we are back among the stars. The news of Tizo's adventure in the Commonwealth fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. You stand before the Scribe's Gate with your companions. The gate guardian is there, as ever, but you sense something different in her. The exiles of the Nightwings, we shall not meet again after the coming right. Tarek and I, it shall be time we take our rest, I think. Greetings, Celeste. I would tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am uncertain anyone amongst us feels of that. We have a duty to uphold, Tarek. And then what, Celeste? And then nothing, not for the right or us. Not till the dawn of a new age. Now, Nightwings, step forward. Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing the Scribe's Gate. One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with sureness in their step. If I may, my name is Volfred Sandalwood. I long as yet to see an age where freedom is one's birthright, and no longer are good people such as these forced to contend for it. We are called Big Bertrude. We seek to fulfill the plan of Sandalwood, for we are fond of him and his beliefs, and then to go about our business. Oh, my name is Faye, and I am here because the scribes, this is the path they have shown me, and all of us. I like it when they all call. Finally, you step forth once more. You, a crippled scholar who simply wants to see his quest to its completion, and who managed to come this far with this. The gate guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway, toward the sun. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Except you, Tarek. You stay right there. I thought you said, the rites are not yet ended, Tarek. He looks to her, then over to the rest of you. Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align. The gate guardian and the lone minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. You've gained the summit of Mount Elodial for the 7th time, the final time in which any of you shall receive a chance to leap the downside. Hey guys. I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, I'm going out of business here, I guess. Just hasn't been the same, you know, with the stars all fading out and stuff. Anyways, I just wanted to say you guys are great. I sure am gonna miss having you guys as customers. I got some good news though. All my stuff, it's on sale now, and I will throw a little extra there just for you, okay? So, enjoy, and maybe I'll be seeing you guys around, okay? 5% off. Great. Checking out another person streaming. Welcome back, welcome back. How's that hangover? Not good. Ooh. I don't know any solid remedies. I'm sorry, I've only ever had one. Pleasure was all mine and Dad's. You guys. You've gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th time. Very few stars remain above to light your way as you await the commencement of the final liberation. The lone minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there perhaps some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far. Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go. I wish to say that I'm grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fun. I wish you well this night, and always. Go forth with will. You played the Loopy Walrus? Then he looks up and he extends his hand in friendship. You clasp it. You see Faye has joined you. All of your companions are there with her, in fact. Oh, hi, mister. The others, they said they wanted me to join them and come talk to you. So here I am. The scribes are watching. It's strange for me to say given the circumstances of our meeting, reader, but it truly has been a pleasure. Onward now. Let us achieve our plan. Reading 1. Thou art both wiser and less irritating than most others of thy kind. We have learned something from thee. We are grateful. You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall now conduct this final rite. Begging your pardon, but as my time has come, we shall see each other soon. He departs. After this night, the outcome of Volfred's plan, the plan of which you have all been a part, shall be decided, one way or another. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles, and as the last remaining stars ignite. Mere distance cannot separate our spirits.
For one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader, hear me for one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
The pyre is burned, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. But before the lone minstrel can concur as per the custom, not another word. The demon Oralek slowly raises his clawed fingers to his lips. The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I awaited this. My freedom once was stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it here, upon this mountaintop. You may now attempt to take it from me once more. He stands there for a moment, silent. Then Oralek dons his mask and stands prepared. May these damned rites cease forever, for the misery which they caused. Nightwings, you shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended. Thus I would have your decision. On whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite? The one whom you anoint, or else the exile or elect shall be returned. Godspeed, reader. You know what is at stake better than I. I have the utmost faith in you to make the best decision and conduct this rite with glory. Nightwings, the star's remaining light grows dim. Your decision, please. It is now time to choose who, if any among you, shall go free this last time. The rest of you shall remain in the downside to the end of your days. One by one, you meet the gazes of each of your fellow exiles. Wilfred. Faye. Gertrude. Your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends, together you have come this far, but now the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. Sorry, I'm trying to... There is no turning back. I don't know how to make the choice I want to make, but with but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
No, apparently I can't make the decision I want to make. I'm trying to figure out because you can send the reader back up. I'm trying to figure out how to do that. Because that's what I wanted to do from the outset. Because I did something very different this time. This is annoying. The walkthroughs are not helpful on this game at all, and it's annoying. Okay, whatever.
Faye,
Me? I can finally go home? Not yet. I mean, no, where?
look for one last time upon the fall of Solium, dear reader. Hear me for one last time. For soon the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
Having to make the last decision is unconscionable. It is too much. You hesitate, but then sense a reassuring voice enter your thoughts. Do not give in, reader. Do not give in. We stand with you. The choice you are about to make, however you shall go about, and whatever the outcome, we understand. And so you need not hesitate, and you need not explain. So please trust in yourself. For all the rest of us, we trust in you. You consider what you're about to do. You cannot back down.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
Me? I can finally go home? Not yet. I mean, I know I can't go yet, but if the scribes allow it, maybe soon? This final time? Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Faye as well as you.
Who shall stand with her? Volfred.
Assuredly, my boy. Besides, we stand against Orlek. It is fitting that I should have to confront him myself. Thy will is ours, reading one. Let the remaining stars shed their last light upon our ceremony here.
If that is all, then.
Those are to be my adversaries, then. And who is this, I wonder, who asserts his will over thy group? You sense Orlek searching for you, almost reaching out to you. You the shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me, but you who would relinquish your own liberty for the sake of them? Strange. It is fitting then that I should have to face one such as you. Orlek stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same. By the light of dawn, the cycle of the rites shall cease. Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time. The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence. Tarek. Aye, I am prepared, Celeste. Then let our song this evening shake the stars themselves. Aye, Celeste. Let us make sure.
Begins. The final chance at liberation for the age.
You wear the raiments once again. I could not simply stand by and do nothing, Orlek. Yet that is what you did. When last we stood together on this blasted mountain, I fell. You simply stood. Orlek, what shall it take for you to be convinced I took no part in the betrayal? Orlek seems to consider the question, but only for a moment. Give me my damn freedom, and let me prevail, here and now. Would you promise to uphold our plan? To bring about a better commonwealth? No, I make no promises. I owe you nothing. Then I am sorry, Orlek. My love of country comes before all else. More than your freedom and our friendship is at stake. Your love be damned, Volfred. Let us stand as adversaries then. Sky rains ash, soon shall your pyre's own mingle with them. Just then the skies above begin to rain down fire. the final throes of the cycle of rites and the ending of the age.
Tis what the scribes ordain. Both banished. Quite foul for the Night Wings. Their pyre shan't survive much more of that.
So the false Nightwings bare their fangs at last. But that cannot be your finest effort. You think you deserve your freedom more than I? Then fight for it, then.
How he has changed, that Warlick. Grown old and exactly by the moment.
Orlick stands breathing heavily. He looks back on the thin lick of flame that is his smoldering pyre, before turning his attention back to your triumvirate.
The orbs unclaimed again. And there it is, at last. The Night Wings proved their worth. Their adversaries they defeated utterly. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
I knew the scribes would help us see this through. You look upon Faye for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now the Shimmer Pool shall engulf her. Any moment now she shall return to glory and join with Wolfred's agents in the Commonwealth to help achieve the plan. Any moment now the cycle of the rites shall end, at least at the dawn of a new age. Any moment now.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. No. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
Oh no, are we too late? Is it too late for me? Each prior time upon the fall of Solium, the Shimmer Pool has opened, following the liberation rite, and taken in whichever exile prevailed. But now all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, that the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again. Orlick approaches, his head bowed. The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last. Then something else catches his notice. Wait, a sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. The Shimmer Pool has appeared again. Different somehow, but open. Fade looks upon it, but it does not engulf her, or at least not yet. It seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes, this is not their greatest treachery, it is their greatest jest. The Shimmer Pool is flung wide open. It seems all are worthy now of freedom. Orlick strides towards the Shimmer Pool, but... Halt, Orlick. Orlick glances over at the lone minstrel, almost in surprise. The Shimmer Pool has lost most of its strength. You step aside, and you shall surely drown. Of that I can assure you. He laughs to himself at this. Then, we have all been cheated. No, the Shimmer Pool is revealed, and one of you may still return as planned. But as for who returns, someone shall have to choose. Ere the last light of the stars is extinguished, the rites cease to be. This is the final trial of the scribes. Final trial of the scribes. Then our confrontation, the liberation rite, it was all meaningless? No, the victor of the confrontation is to be the one to make the choice. Among those closest to the scribes, either the anointed or he who anointed them. So then, I can go home? Or, mister, maybe I should choose that you go home instead. Aye, that it shall be either you, the reader, or shall be either or. Faye, please, make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know for how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. If that is truly as it has to be, well then, my choice is made. I'm choosing you, mister. I would like for you to be free, okay? For everything that you have done for me and all of us. Faye wishes to give up her freedom, so that you may regain yours. Very well. Reader, sir, the choice which Faye made, or rather the choice which she gave, it is now yours to make instead. This choice. It may keep bouncing back and forth like this? Absurd. It may, until such time as one of you is willing to accept the burden and the outcome of the choice. That is the trial, and I fear that there is little time remaining. Reader, if you and your companion are too cordial with each other to accept that freedom, either one of you, then I shall gladly take it. Freedom ought be more than some flirtatious trifle to exchange. Reader, what is your will? This is your chance. Faye wished that you should take it. Your mind is made up. You have chosen to be free yourself. I see and understand. Then it is done. Faye looks to you, this one last time, her heart filled with unspoken understanding. You turn to the lone minstrel for an instant, but another instant later, he is gone, and everyone, all you feel is the coldness of the rush of water coursing all around you. Faye gave her freedom so that you may have yours. May you return in glory.
Godspeed, reader. By the scribes. No stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
Hi, buddy. Yeah. You come here? Yeah. That night, an exiled reader returned to the Commonwealth. He was to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. He found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of 6 liberated exiles, Wolfrid Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles and the starless sky portend the return of the scribes. The people surged into the streets, shoulder to shoulder. Led by the 6 exiles, their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth panicked. No blood was shed that night, and by dawn, it was over. The leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exile or joined in this new cause. Thus, in its 838th year, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Saurian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile, and they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. And we remember the exiles of the downside whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. With the rights drawn to a close, the slug market revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those of entrepreneurial leaning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with the messenger imp, bearing news from the other side. Ron gave one of his remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth in newly minted coinage, the Saurian Union. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from the legal standpoint in the Saurian Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Bertrude's and found a distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Especially in the Saurian Union, Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality, though he assumes no liability for any side effects. After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental to the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth and was vital to the outcome of the plan. His peaceful outcome of the scribe's return was attributed to several key factors. One of them was the underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hedwyn's visibility among the people in the streets. Identified to be a liberated exile, he was believed to be Golgolathanian reborn. More importantly, however, was that one of the winged harps of the High Wing remnants accompanied him. She was later identified as Hikani Shay. Their bond was symbolic of what was at stake that night, and proved vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as leader in the Union, in the Saurian Union, Hedwyn often confided in his friend Judar. Despite her intense manner, there was none whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think back about about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friends he made, he had pledged that Judariel, Rookie Greentail, and the Reader of the Nightwings, that they might all be free again together. His promise had come to pass, though he always knew that it was not his own doing. He was always deeply grateful to the other three, his closest friends. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact thus, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so in turn did they think of him. The imp called Tizo was the first of his kind to achieve liberty through the right. While he was not the only imp trained in the ways of the scribes, imps are native to the downside and thus care not for traveling abroad. This made them useful to triumvirs. Yet Tizo had a different calling, and the Nightwings believed that he too could play a key part in Wilfred Sandalwood's plan. During the night of Scribe's return, he stood out to the populace, inspired by the liberated exiles, the people of the Commonwealth demanded leadership. He stood out to the populace as something of a miracle. They had only heard of downside imps before from the legend of Haub the Swallow. Afterwards, he became something of an icon, presenting both the fall of the Commonwealth and the beginning of a new era. Wilfred Sandalwood would sometimes send him little gifts all the way from the downside. Despite the insurmountable distances between them, their friendship proved more than resilient. He often chirped about the Reader of the Nightwings. You were once an exile, since I'm still alive in the downside. Now you're free. With whom he built quite a rapport. The Reader understood him perhaps better than anyone, and Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all his time conducting the rites alongside the Nightwings who made such sacrifices for him. Other than that, Tizo was diligent about his role as something of a living artifact and helped interpret for the messenger imps that relayed news to and from the downside. Despite having gained significant celebrity, he never let it go to his head, although he did take full advantage of his access to the Saurian Union's fishing industry. All right, we're going to take a quick BRB. I think I have to read through all of this. Okay.
Grazie, Merafactas.
After the final liberation, Lindell refused to believe that the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive night, staring into the blackness of the sky, awaiting any sign that he might gain another chance at freedom. Though such sign never came, his fellow accusers started to express concerns for him. Survival had become their top priority once liberty had slipped from their grasp, but Lindell dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted rather forcefully that any evening now the stars would shine for him again and mark the way toward his inevitable freedom. He was, of course, mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him. After that, the exile known as Lindell the Liar, was never seen again. However, there have since been sightings of a bedraggled demon who wanders the downside. It bears Lindell's cruel countenance, suggesting he yet lives. As the cycle of the rites drew to a close, it grew evident that a chance at freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Almer Oldheart's grasp. Thus, they and the exiles of the Fate returned to Jormungandr Valley. There, they struggled to get by, as all the exiles of the downside tend to do. Sometime after the rites had ended, the Old Hearts at least heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This is well after the fact, of course, but it brought Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down along with his son. Old Dalbert Oldheart passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Almer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes, and so, after a long period of mourning, Almer began a new journey. One day during his travels, he ran almost headlong into another exile after paying homage at the spring of Jimmer. He was stunned to find that it was none other than what he knew as Faye from their days as adversaries in the rites. Faye was overjoyed to see him, although Almer was unable to bring himself to understand why. Eventually, of course, he did, and they remained together, growing ever more accustomed to their new lives at the downside. Not a day went by that Almer Oldheart did not think about his father and give thanks to him, and speak to him at morning and at night. Would the stars yet shone, for surely Dalbert would be there among them, smiling down at his son and watching over him and his kin. After the cycle of the rites had ceased, which Umildi returned to the flagging hands region where she sealed herself in the pit of Milithy. There, even her fellow exiles of the withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved after a time and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the pit of Milithy erupted into flame. So intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from Jormungandr Valley. Arson was suspected, though the cause was never verified, and many bog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. A tempest blowing from the north finally quenched the flames. When at last the ashes settled and the grounds had cooled, the site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of the witch Mildy could be found. As for the contents of the pit of Milithy, which notably included profane object thought to be the remains of Islak, all of it was gone as well. Back in the Saurian Union, Udmildi's repeated threats of the return of Islak were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims. All his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger only to find himself facing another. He had escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion, he had escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he had escaped the rites. After the rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient test were crestfallen, as their last chances to return to their homes vanished, along with the stars above. But Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that, at last, there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. While most of his fellow exiles of the Pyre hearts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven ever by their impulse toward conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him for some reason. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of the Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity. Oh dear. Barker Ashpaws had never had much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he always found its bylaws to be stifling. So, when the rites ended, he did not care at first. He soon grew very bored. The rites had given his life a sense of structure and structure he had always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all. He decided to continue conducting the rites for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. His packmates, the dissidents, proved more than happy to participate, and thus they ran against each other back into Mer Valley. Gradually, other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaws some healthy competition. His old feud with Rookie Greentail ceased meaning anything to him, and he forgot all about it amid his new pursuits. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who had led such a directionless existence to that point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time or more was oft debated by those who watched him work. Throughout her exile, Tamitha Thane was motivated by a single goal: to return to the Commonwealth and exact revenge on her ancient enemies. When she realized the rites had ended, that she would never see her mountain home again, she nonetheless remained determined to aid her people however possible. She had gathered certain information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, who had formed a pact to regroup on the other side after their rebellion. Other such reports exposed certain weaknesses in the Commonwealth defenses and revealed to the Highwing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potentially impactful strike. As Tamitha could not participate in the assault, she learned what happened well after the outcome. On that night, known as the Scribe's Return, the Commonwealth had fallen. The Highwing remnants thus prevailed, at last without even having to fight. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha learned her blood sister, Pamitha, was an accessory to the successful outcome. Tamitha was very skeptical of this, but as similar reports kept mounting, she soon accepted the prevailing opinion, however grudgingly. Once, a messenger arrived bearing some sort of message, seemingly from Pamitha. However, Tamitha turned it away. She would not give in to the impulse to forgive. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, Tamitha retreated to the crags of Black Basin and grew ever more distant. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though for her part, Tamitha had never once admitted to any such weakness. Minley Tinderstaff realized that the rites had ended, and that he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through this ancient means. He was outraged. He cursed the scribe, spewing forth a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via messenger imp, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system. He attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside now, and it was gone. Tinderstaff bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. Such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin to Cinderwood. There he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him, either about his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side. Once it became clear to Ignarius the rites were drawing to a close, he knew that it was time for him and the Tempers to call it quits. But first, he and the Tempers decided to celebrate, and that they did for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning in his life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for very long and took on many lovers in his time. However, he sometimes thought about the one he had called Curlyhorns and what became of her. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at that time. After the Shimmer Pool closed for what would be the last time, Orlek looked around him in the flickering light of the Nightwing's still burning pyre. He then turned to the fall of Solium and looked up toward the black starless sky. He cursed the 8 scribes then, one after the other. After that, he strode towards the waters coursing from the side of Mount Elodial. Without hesitating, he cast himself down. Orlek's body was never recovered. The drop from Mount Elodial does not appear survival, though Orlek did survive it. once. That time, however, he was filled with fury. Such was the betrayal he had suffered when his fellow exile claimed his rightful freedom. This time, Orlek was filled with nothingness and chose to leave the downside in the one way he still knew he could. The other Nightwings who were witness to this never forgot what they saw. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings became inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest the exiles of the Nightwings who remained in the downside continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and the means of their travel. However, there is no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of Rites or the Beyonder Crystal said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseen. One possibility is that the lone minstrel took his leave, took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal never existed, or rather that the visions that it granted were anything other than the result of an active imagination or a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bogs still offer another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there existed such an object, of which the Sisters of Arlek, an ancient band of killers trained almost from birth to carry out their missions without fail, had been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Yet those exiles of the Nightwings who claim to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degree of reverence, or perhaps a little fear. Oh, can I just end it here? After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings to the Black Wagon and to seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downs. Their parting was a heartfelt but brief. He remained there at the summit of Mount Elodiel with Celeste, where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tarek nor Celeste were ever seen again. We all know this now through a song attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Saurian Union and merely were imbued with the weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from downside corroborated each other's claims at having met this duo and that presided over the liberation rite. Another folktale suggests these minstrels were heralds of the scribes. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of the famous songs describes another, simpler outcome, that the two gave up on their duties to return to the rites in favor of a life that they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and songs, for it was they who watched over the rites and ushered in their times. When the cycle of the rites ceased turning, Volfred Sandalwood turned toward the starless sky and closed his eyes and prayed. It was all he could do at that stage of his plan. He aspired to assemble with liberated exiles representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace the older set of values from before Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites ending sooner than expected, the ideal scenario became impossible. Sandalwood's own freedom, for instance, was now forfeit, yet the plan did have some contingencies. Fortunately, most of those contingencies did not prove necessary. Word reached him that on the night of Scribe's return, his fellow liberated Nightwings stood together and their voices echoed through the streets. These former exiles who ought to have disappeared into the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership now stood united with its people, who poured from their homes in solidarity. It was imperative to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. An overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Ensuring this was his priority, and in the end, the result was self-evident. The plan's goal had been achieved. Sandalwood kept busy after that, as much as possible, providing counsel from afar to those who would be at the forefront of the birth of the Saurian Union. Of course, being stranded in the downside meant that there was only so much he could do. Resting assured that the future of the nation was in capable hands, he turned his attention to the remaining exiles of the downside. They might never return to that new nation, but at least they could experience its triumphs and its struggles in some vicarious ways. So he took to his old work, writing and printing. As literacy began to spread again throughout the Saurian Union, so too did exiles of Downside take to it. For his part, Sandalwood helped to teach as many as he could. More than that, he provided the material to read, a semi-annual report about the latest events both in the Saurian Union and the Downside. This periodical gave many exiles something to look forward to. He enjoyed exchanging letters with the reader of the Nightwings, who kept him well abreast of how their comrades and the fledgling nation fared. As Volfred Sandalwood gained more fame throughout the land for all his sacrifices and his contributions, it is said that he remained steadfast about two things. First was that the cause itself ought to remain in focus. The freedom that the people had achieved, it was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who had stood with him, each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day, to commemorate his birthday, the people of the Saurian Union unveiled a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. While Sandalwood did not learn of it until much later, it is said that he was moved to tears then by the gesture. It has since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow former exiles and our cause. Several exiles of the Nightwing cared more for the plan of Sandalwood than the return home from the Downside. The crone, called Big Burchard, was a prime example. She had found suitable environment to live within the dismal region known as Flag Hands. There she had built up a thriving place of business and known to many exiles in the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away almost as though nothing had happened. Then, when one gets to be more than 400 years of age, perhaps then even monumental events such as the culmination of the rites or the collapse of the Commonwealth are seen as trifling matters. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. He had made clear that he could not requite her feelings for him, but what could have been a hurtful dismissal led only to a deeper understanding between them. By and large, Burchard kept focused on her work, whether casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans. The work brought her a sense of purpose, she would say. In the Commonwealth, such services were strictly forbidden, but in the Downside, there was a real need for simple luxuries, which the competing slug market could not always provide. Thus did Big Burchard continue to live up to her name, and the tale of her days with the Nightwings made her that much more a living legend. Long after the rites had ended, Faye admitted that she knew well before the fact she would not be going home again. At least, she had a very strong feeling. She ended up not minding very much because she had little to return to in the Commonwealth. Her sense of home had changed. She took to wandering from one celestial landmark to the next, ever paying homage to the 8 scribes who she believed had influenced all that transpired. She was no stranger to traveling alone, but she was always happy to have company. Through it all, she would wonder how her little friend Tizo had fared. While they were divided, now by a great distance, he'd always remained in her heart. Though they could not see each other any longer, Faye often thought about Jodario and spoke to her as though she were there. Faye never tried to make a decision without first consulting her idea of what Miss Jodario might say. One day she encountered one of her former adversaries, the one called Almer Oldheart, who had served the Fate. She remembered him much more than he did her, though only just at first. Their shared experience in the rites and their different points of view about the scribes formed the basis of what grew to be a long-lasting relationship. Faye always devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Her gentle manner and unwavering conviction often helped them brave life in the Downside, both with courage and with grace. After regaining her freedom, Pamitha Thane found herself in a difficult position. Having once betrayed her people of the Highwing Remnants, she knew that she would not be welcome in her native home. She did not trust the Commonwealth either. Instead, she found her place among Volfred Sandalwood's agents, who were busy doing their part to fulfill the plan. As it turned out, the plan was a success. Pamitha Thane stood shoulder to shoulder with her fellow with her other fellow former exiles, and truly they were a sight to behold. A disturbing rumor later spread that that night the Highwing remnants were slated to mount an assault, which for some reason never came to pass. Pamitha denied any knowledge or involvement. Afterward, Pamitha played an active part in negotiating terms between the Highwing remnants and the new nation that would become our Saurian Union. Her previous attempt at something of the sort led to her exile. She must have felt some satisfaction to succeed this time around. Sometime later, Pamitha had an unexpected run-in with Rookie Greentail, with whom she had spent a fair amount of time while traveling with the Nightwings. Under these new set of circumstances, it turned out the two had a lot more to talk about, and rather more in common. They would often put to test which one was able to outdrink the other. It is unclear as to which of them prevailed in that contest in the end. One day, Pamitha received an invitation to return to the Highwing remnants, where she was to be fully pardoned. She held out a hope that she might see her blood sister Tamitha, knowing full well that Tamitha did not regain her freedom. Tamitha later did learn that Pamitha was welcomed back by their people. However, she never responded to her blood sister's attempt to contact her. Pamitha, in return, did not expect forgiveness from her at any point. Nonetheless, she kept on trying to reach out and she said to ruffle up her feathers just a bit. Later, when Pamitha Thane admitted she felt as though she had no home to call her own, this was during an interview conducted amid an extensive trip abroad, where she had traveled thousands of leagues beyond the bounds of the Saurian Union. Pamitha continued to journey thus, citing that it reminded her of when she was younger and could fly unfeathered. After her liberation, Jodariel became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Saurian Union. Her horns and stern countenance inspired people to believe that she was Solium Mur, reborn. She became a great, if reluctant, leader. In uncertain times that followed, Jodariel's seasoned expertise often came into play both in matters of security and state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. She remained close with Hedwyn all through this experience, and they supported each other through their struggles many times. She often had to stop herself from fearing for Faye, whom she had tried to look after as much as possible in the downside. Soon she would reassure herself that Faye was very capable of surviving on her own, and in fact, she was not mistaken. She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant in her life. She would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness for the most part. When the worm Gilman returned to the Commonwealth, he believed he had regained something even more important than his freedom, his honor. Gilman relinquished his knighthood and declined an opportunity to serve as captain on the Blood Border. He was not interested in fighting it. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those such as he, a circumstance soon came about in which there came a need for him to once again make use of his military training. Thankfully, however, the scribe's return ended peaceably. Gilman was on edge throughout that night, expecting violence to erupt at any moment, but the moment never came. When the matter was at last put to rest, then Gilman truly knew his time as a knight had ended. He declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary set of circumstances, again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend Rookie Greentail. He was always grateful for the counsel of the reader and would regale him over and over about the time they squashed the spawn of unfathomed worms. By that point, he had long forgotten about his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge and his former commander. Breaking free of his abusive relationship was his first step toward gaining a bit of self-respect. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion and was content to lead a monastic life on a small residence in the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen and occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself, to be renewed each day. After Rookie Greentail earned back his freedom, he returned to a lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, as was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could hope for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury, and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Wolfred Sandalwood's revolutionary forces as he promised. On the night of the scribe's return, Greentail was there with the others, inspiring the masses. He never looked prouder, the very image of Joe Mermanimane himself. When finally dawn came, it became clear that Commonwealth that everyone knew would be no more. He realized many new opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such things, but the money was too good, and soon his family was well off, as he always said. One of his orders of business was to seek out one of his old companions, Pamatha Thane, to whom he took a liking during their quest for freedom. They bonded further over love of drink and supported one another through uncertain times that lay in store. He also kept in close touch with Gilman, ever the perfect practice partner. They would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close to the group of friends he came to know so well during his time with the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss for words sometimes. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of him. However, some accounts of him begin to paint a picture. We know he was of common birth. Weak-framed, though raised with penchant for learning. The journey to the downside left him close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found him. They brought him from the brink and showed them the path. He pressed onward with the others. He did not know how far their path would lead. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. That freedom he indeed achieved ere the morning's light. From that point on, accounts of him diverge. It is said the voice which troubled him he never heard again. Some say he helped to form our Saurian Union, though whether that is true, only he knows. Someday, perhaps, that reader's own star shall emerge. Then shall it pierce the dark of night in all its brilliant glory, until such time and ever after, all of us give thanks.
Their journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone. When he arrived, the book of rites awakened the Nightwings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in our brain till the end. We sing of the last of the night.
I love the art of this game so much. Yep.
Headwind prevailed and strode the path that his heart laid before him. He has found his way home.
Rookie's cheating at cards.
We did it.
We did it. We just have Shadowrun and EDF left to finish now. I like how there's actually so many variations that this could occur in.
Sir Gilman the Bold, ever in his quest, finding honor and glory, he has found his way home. Paramount the Thane, having pleased the scribe, seeking only forgiveness, she has found her way home. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Bound together, spirits
The great mastermind, Wolfred Sandalwood, saw his plans turn to action. He remained till the end. The bog dweller Bertrude kept their foes at bay with her finest enchantments. She remained till the end.
The reader at last made the night wings whole and ascended to freedom. He has found his way home. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Now at the end, as we bid farewell and return to the stars, we shall find our way home. We shall find our way home. We shall find our way home.
Yeah. All right, friends. We're gonna figure out who we're raiding. How's that? Yeah. Go on. Go on. You're gonna get dinner soon. I promise. I promise. Go. Go. True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked. I don't know what that is. Unless that's a difficulty mode. In which case, we're not doing it. No. Hey, please. I'm trying to end stream, buddy. You want food or not? Good boy. Okay, let's figure out who to raid. Plague Pals are live. We could go over there. They're playing Monster Prom.
Zag will consume all tilde.
Zag will consume all. Yeah, my little bugaboo. All right, let's go ahead and we'll raid Plague Pals. So next time I stream, probably
With
Thursday.
a side of war crimes.
With a side of war crimes. Oh no. Wait, don't do that. That's illegal. The next time I stream will probably be Thursday. And we will
Hydrate your
be
bones.
starting up. Thank you for the hydrate. We'll be starting up some Shadowrun. Last game we have to start in the backlog. We've already been playing through EDF. EDF honestly probably won't take too long. Might not. We're at 30 missions in. We've only played it 2 days, so and there's only like 96 or something like that. So good odds that we'll finish it in at least a couple of months. But yeah, looking forward to be done with all of this backlog project stuff. And once we're done with Shadowrun, I'm just gonna start putting new games into the mix. Because A, I need some new games in my life. And B, there's nothing else to throw into the mix, and I can't really do more nights of EDF unless my brother's willing to. So I mean, we might fit some more in, but
Hades
it's
2
up
is
to him.
coming.
Hades 2 is coming. Hades 2 is on its way. Yeah, we'll be picking up Hades 2 at some point. But again, I do want to get through Shadowrun as quickly as possible. So starting this coming week, I'm going to be streaming that basically any night I'm not streaming EDF. That's the plan. So yeah. Thank you for joining me today, everyone. 2 games left. And then who knows? I'm also planning on, once we finish up with all of this, maybe changing around how I format my streams a little bit, maybe doing a little bit of creative stuff at the start, so that people have time to get in while I'm just doing something creative. And then, shit, I don't know. Hades 2, Little Kitty Big City. I've got so many games on the backlog right now. Yakuza games are going to be plenty to play through. So keep an eye out. And yeah, I also want to start trying to do more frequent like game days with friends and collaborations with friends. There's been a lot of people who've been wanting to do stuff with me, and I really would like to be able to spend more time with people again. So be excellent to each other. Be excellent to yourselves. And I hope to see you in the next one.